Hello, Dr. John. How are you? Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Dr. Yudmala.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Eurasia
Hello.
Research
Thank
Conference.
you. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. Really nice to see everybody and to greet all the participants of the conference and all the organizers. Many thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Same here. We're really happy to have you again in our conferences.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a
you.
great honor for me to take part in our conferences.
Thank you, ma'am. It's really our pleasure to have you at our conference, ma'am.
Thank you. I have to say that nowadays it's really emergency situation in Ukraine, and we have problems with electricity and internet. Fortunately, now I have all the connections, but hope that it will be I will be able to take part in the normal way, in typical way.
Okay, ma'am. We hope so that everything is going to be fine.
Mostly, yes. Yeah, we are working distantly, remotely, and mostly it's okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to give your introduction?
Yeah, sure. So nice to greet everybody. My name is Lyudmila Gryzun. I'm a full professor of Information System Department of Kharkiv National University of Economics from Kharkiv City, Ukraine, where we train the specialists for national economy, for different branches of national economy. And I'm a representative of exactly IT department, where we train our potential pre-service IT specialists. And among our students, there are a lot of international students from different countries which learn IT, computer science in English. And I'm a professor of exactly such a department where we train lots of international students in English, and we have special bachelor programs, master degree programs. However, I have a PhD and second doctoral degree in pedagogical science, and I provide lots of my research in exactly the area of computer science, using computer science applications for solving problems of education. That's also, I wish all the participants good work during the conference and in general their research activities.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your introduction. And I welcome everyone to our Eurasia Research Conference. And I request each and everyone to please put on your cameras and turn on your mics. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Akshata.
Hello.
Welcome to our conference.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Hello, Dr. John Harris. How are you?
Hello. Thank you for being here. I'm
sorry to interrupt you, Dr. John, but I think there is a problem with the internet.
I'm very well. This conference, of course, though I live and work in London, I booked my... Yeah, so it's nice to escape.
Hello? Dr. John, are you able to?
Yes, yeah, I've not got a terribly good connection, I'm afraid. So thank you very much. So I'm a primary care doctor and I work in central London.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. John, for your introduction. Now, please welcome Bashir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
So would you like to give your introduction?
Yes, my name is Bashir Rimala. I work with IHS Nigeria Limited, based in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm a project manager there, and I'm looking forward to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Hello, Akshita. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah. I'm Akshita Bakshi. I'm a counseling psychologist. I've been practicing since 3 to 4 years now. And currently I am freelancing because I'm working on my PhD. So my area of work is interpersonal relationships. So I am trying to bring my focus to it so that I can take it ahead as my career. And I'm really looking forward to the conference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Akshita. That was a lovely introduction. Now let's move on to our next contestant, that is George. George, hello. How are you?
Morning. I'm well.
Morning.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes. The voice is properly. We are getting your voice.
Great. My name is Ikenna George Elendo. I'm an architect. I'm from Space Spectrum, Abuja, Nigeria. Funny thing is, I'm actually in London because I came for the physical thing, and you know, because of the email and saying we have to listen in, kind of a bummer because I was looking forward to, the closeness that everybody. So I'm actually in Kensington, London now, in my hotel. I thought it was actually going to hold, but there's always next time. So I'm great to be here. I'm happy to hear more things. I want to learn because in this life, there's always have to keep learning. So thank you for having me.
Yes, yes, it is. So we really apologize for that, but we will try our best to conduct a physical conference, and we will meet you soon over there. We will meet all our participants over there. We will love to have you at a physical conference, so we will try our best to do that. For the next time, we will. And hello, Dr. Abhishek Basu, how are you?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Abhishek Basu. I'm fine. Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning to you too, sir.
Yeah, so I actually am a professor and also a PhD supervisor. I work in Sipat Singh College, Murshidabad, which is affiliated to University of Kalyani. So I do my research on arsenic bioremediation because arsenic is a problem in Murshidabad district. And I have funding sources from Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction, sir. Now, I please request Amy to please just put on your cameras and turn on your mics. Hi. Amy, sorry to interrupt you, but your voice is not audible to us. Please put on your mic.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Hello, welcome to Eurasia Research.
Thanks. So I'm Amy, I'm from Australia. I'm a general practitioner and I work in a small country town called Lakes Entrance in Australia. I see a lot of psychology patients. I've done an extra course in sort of cognitive behavioral therapies and focused psychological therapies, and I'm looking forward to the conference.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Now, I would like to welcome each and every of our participants to our international conference. Now, please just allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to you guys. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavor even during COVID era, and have presented research committee with online platform, which was safe and convenient method to continue their passions. We are an international community of research practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meeting, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. That is, our Young Research Scholarship Program is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for over more than 8 years. Our associate journals published original papers, review paper, conceptual frameworks, analytical and simulatical models, case studies, empirical researches, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN, and have following renowned indexing like Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Scrib, Portico, Road, that is Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide networking of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hand. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinion and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching there without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15,000 followers on a social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussion by researchers and academicians. We also have civil collaborations with universities, college, institutes to better serve all the interests and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. That is the program which provides an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trend in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. And we request you to please join our Terra Fellow program. Now, I would like to thank you for each and every participant for giving your time. And now let's move forward with the conference. So I would like to welcome again everyone to our conference. Today, we have our first keynote speaker is Dr. Yoshika Yamaguchi. She's from Japan. Our second keynote speaker is Cecilia Arcicelado. She's from Portugal. And our third keynote speaker is Dr. Ludmila Grzun from Ukraine. And today we have Abhishek Basu, he's from India. Jose Helano Matos Noguria, he's from Brazil. And Akshata Bakshi, she's from India. Rehaf Alaktani from Saudi Arabia. John Harris from UK. Christopher Well from Australia. Bashir Ramawa from Nigeria. Ikena George in India from Nigeria. And Emmy Wong Tenyon from Australia. Now, let's move forward. So today we have 9 countries participating in our conference. That is Japan, Portugal, Ukraine, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, India, United Kingdoms, Australia, and Nigeria. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The link for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. And I request to everyone, just if you have any queries or anything related to this conference, please, you can just put on your queries in our chat boxes. And I will like to introduce myself. I am your host, Shivangi Sharma. Now, let's see what our STRA president wants to say. She is Dr. Ludmila Grzyun, full professor, Information System Department, Simon Kruzhenets, Kharkiv, National Universities of Economic, Kharkiv, Ukraine. Let's see what she wants to say.
Hello to everybody. My name is Ludmila Grzyun, and I am happy to greet all the participants of the Science and Technical Research Association. It's a great These aims are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, and
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to know that
are
are you able to listen to the audio? No? Really apologize.
Now yes, but when you started playing,
Okay,
now
okay,
it's
fine.
okay.
Just give me a few seconds. I just play it again. I'm really sorry for that.
No problem. A better place. So see you later in our post-comment event. Follow up in the site. Hello. Hello to everybody. My name is Ludmila Grzyun, and I am happy to greet all the participants of the Science and Technical Research Association. It's a great honor for me to take up the position of the president of association. A few words about myself. I earned master degree in applied mathematics. Also, I earned PhD and postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science. Currently, I'm working as a full professor of Information System Department, Salient Features, National University of Economics, Kharkiv City, Ukraine. During the last 3 years, I have been actively working within the association. I was invited as a keynote speaker at different conferences where I shared the results of my research in the sphere of information technologies in education. Science and Technical Research Association aims to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals to encourage intellectual development, to create opportunities for networking and collaboration, These aims are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, and etc. So I would be happy if the current and new coming members of association and all of us together took the opportunity to go on their investigations, to share their research and the results of their research on the platform of the association, to make our world a better place to live. So see you later in our forthcoming event. Follow up in the sites and in Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yulmila. Thank you for your kind words. Ma'am, would you like to add something?
In fact, no, I'm really happy that I'm a president of this association, and I'm happy to take part in all of the events which give a platform for such a beautiful gathering and exchange of ideas. Thanks a lot to Eurasia Research, and I invite everybody to common collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I just like to introduce Dr. Yulmila to each and everyone. Just please give me a few seconds.
Okay.
Dr. Yulmila Gizil is our first keynote, and she is PhD and postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science, full professor of Simon Kuznets, Kharkiv National University of Economics, Kharkiv, Ukraine. Her topic is problem of training of the university newcomers in terms of emergency situations. Dr. Yulmila is a full professor of information systems department at National University of Economics, preparing IT specialists for various branches of economy. Yulmila earned an MA in applied mathematics and from the State University of Kharkiv, Ukraine, PhD and postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science from National Pedagogical University of Kharkiv, Ukraine. Her sphere of research is focused on the psychoanalytic curriculum and holistic educational content design in higher education, artificial intelligence, application to pedagogical problems, solutions, Patrick networks, apparatus as a tool of modeling in education, IT tools for inquiry-based and holistic learning, etc. Dr. Yulmila Gizil's recent successful contribution includes first, participation in a regional research group, artificial intelligence, its applications to pedagogical diagnostic systems from 2013 till 2015. Second, work as an international expert of the Open European in Asian Research Analytical Championship under the program of the International Academy of Science and Higher Education from London, UK, from year 2012 to year 2017. Third, she is in participation in the European Educational Fair for STEM teachers, that is Science on the Stage, in year 2019. Fourth, she is working as a member since September 21 as a president of the International Organization Scientific and Technical Research Association, that is STR, presenting the result of her research as a keynote speaker at the number of Eurasia Research International Conference from year 2018 till year 2022. And we hope she is going to stay with us for a longer period of duration. And Professor Ludmila Guzin is a member of editorial team of the journal Educational Technology, Ukraine, and a reviewer of the Universal Journal of Educational Researchers. Thank you, Dr. Ludmila, for being with us for so long.
Thank you for your introduction, and I hope I'll be able to work together with the community. Thank you.
We hope so. Thank you, ma'am. Now, let's move on with our conference. Now, moving forward with the first eminent speaker is Lukas from business platform Shiznen, Poland. Now let's see what Lukas wants to say.
तुम भी कर लो ऑनलाइन एमबीए
ऑफिस में काम इतना है
Yeah, my name is Łukasz Chodyła. I graduated with a master's degree in computer science from the West Pomeranian Institute of Technology in Poland. I work as a software engineer and researcher with corporate research teams. My work has mainly involved multimedia systems, digital signage systems, some aircraft-related systems. And before that, I also worked with universities on a series of papers about people with disabilities and their interaction with computer devices. And here at the conference, at the last conference, I was presenting the results of my team's work. And in short, it was all about remote process management and window mapping in Linux-based systems, right? And it was very great, very lovely to see students on that conference, because 15 years ago, or even 10 years ago, when I was a student myself, it was a struggle to get proper financing, to get the funds from universities to pay for accommodation and transportation, right? And now it can be all ruled out and it's eliminated. So yeah, it was great to see that. Yes. On one hand, physical conferences gives you the opportunity to have the side talk, sometimes to network more unofficially. But on the other hand, online conferences are a great opportunity to speak up, to also present your research. If you have no experience, or if you have little experience on that. I know a lot of very talented people who are hesitant to share their results due to different reasons. Yeah, the fact that you can pre-record your presentation before the online presentation, that's very helpful. And my video, my presentation was actually my third take, mostly due to the fact that I'm not English speaker. English isn't my first language. So yes, in my opinion, it's worth at least trying. And I know there are many things going on now in the world, but in that aspect, what a beautiful time to live in. My experience was very positive right from the beginning, from the registration process and the conference itself. And before the conference, I've got all the answers to my questions that I've asked via the email. So yes, I was very happy, and I want to thank you for all the work you put into organizing these events.
Thank you, Lucas, for your wonderful words. Now, let's just move on to our next eminent speaker. She is Dr. W.G. Samanthi Konara Singh. She's an academic director, statistical consultant, Institute of Mathematics and Management, Sri Lanka. Now let's just see what she wants to say.
Dr. Samanthi Konara Singh. I would introduce myself as a mathematician, as an artist. So I had been a lecturer for about 25 years and a statistical consultant for more than 2 decades. And at the moment, I am the statistical consultant and academic director of the Institute of Mathematics and Management, Sri Lanka. If I talk about my contact with the Eurasia Research, my first keynote speech was in Singapore. It's a physical contact. Then my last one is in Australia, Melbourne, 2020, just before the border closes. It is in 2020 March, as I remember. Yeah, so just before the border closes. So after that, I mean, we had no other option. So I really appreciate the Eurasia Research and other organizations taking this initiative to conduct online sessions. Otherwise, we don't know when the borders will be open and we will be able to move together. So like earlier, so until then, we don't need to take a break. So online sessions are really good motivation for the researchers to be together and continue their work. But as I said earlier, we have to move whatever happened. Still, physical conferences are more interesting. The main reason is like we meet people, we greet people, and that kind of interaction. We are humans, no? So social animal need human interaction. That part is missing, but we have to adapt to the something is better than nothing philosophy. Eurasia Research, as I said, over the last few years, I have been with you. I have addressed many of your forums as a keynote speaker. So one thing I really like is whatever happened in the world, you are not stopping your work. That means you are determined to do something. For some people, when something happened, like especially the government universities, okay, now is a pandemic, so we can't do anything. So that is not your motivation. So I must thank Professor Rola Charles and your team for not stopping your work. Whatever happened, you are going on. And that Melbourne conference is a very good example. About 40 or 50 participants have registered, but that time also some travel restrictions were there. Only 5 or 6 could attend the conference. But your your agent was there and he conducted the session from morning to evening without any problem. The number of participants was not a matter. So you promised to do something, because as an experienced person with these conferences all over the world, I know some private organizations, they get the money, they get the papers, of course, they do publications, but they do not conduct the conferences, saying that they don't have sufficient participants. That means they are trying to cut down the cost for meals and the hotel, that like hall booking and things. But Eurasia Research is not like that. I said the very good example, 4 or 5 participants, still you conducted the session. That was in Victoria University Conference Center, Melbourne City. So it's a costly place, but you conducted it. That is your spirit. So, I mean, you keep your word. See you another day. Bye.
Bye. Hope to see you in our upcoming conferences. Thank you.
Of course.
So we would like to thank Dr. Samanthi for the lovely introduction. Now let's just move on with the conference. So our today conference schedule is first our keynote talk, that is from 6:45 till 7:15 a.m. Then our session second, which is a team activity and a photo session, which is going to take place at 7:15 till 7:45 a.m. Then our session third, that is our technical talk, that is from 7:45 till 10 a.m. First, I would like to request each participant to please just rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentations in the chat session while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to you within a week on their email IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstract accepted for the conference. Now, moving ahead with our publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their paper, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID, that is convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised paper from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Now, we would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi. Let me just give her introduction. She is in Home Care Nursing Faculty of Nursing, Kaohsiung Women's University, Japan. Her topic for today is work engagement and work-family interference. Which one is more influential on nurses' intentions to leave work? Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi have served her PhD at Kyushu University during the period of 2013 till 2016. Currently, she is working as a research associate in home care nursing at the Faculty of Nursing, Kaohsiung Women's University, Japan. She has successfully completed her responsibilities as a reviewer of 81 research articles in 24 journals from 2016 till present. And she has been serving as an editorial board member of 2 journals, Life, that is an international journal of health and life science, and Journal of Practical and Professional Nursing, and has been delegated vice president of the Healthcare and Biological Science Research Association, that is NHBSRA. Welcome, Dr. Yoshiko. How are you?
Hello. Fine, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Everyone.
Now,
Thank you for introduction of myself. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let's just move on and see what Yoshiko wants to share with us.
Yes. Hello everyone, this is Yoshiko Yamaguchi from Kasui Women's University, Japan. Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker in this international conference, and also appreciating for the conference organizer and participants for holding this conference in such a difficult time haven't finished COVID-19 pandemic. I am so pleased to have an opportunity to present a part of our research in this international conference in webinar. Our research is focusing on nurses. Nurses are predominant healthcare workers in the world and dedicated to the robust role of maintaining or promoting people's health. So nurses are important occupation to keep people's health status. However, the number of nurses are insufficient in the world. Many countries are facing a serious situation of deficit number of nurses. Therefore, we want to explore effective way how nurses to keep in their workplace. Before leaving work, employees often feel intention to leave work, of course, not always. Therefore, numerous research have researched what factors are antecedent for nurses' intention to leave their profession or workplace. At first, job satisfaction. Job satisfaction was likely most researched, regarding as important variables of nurse turnover. If nurses dissatisfied to their work, nurses feel intention to leave work were reported on numerous research work in the world. And next is job tenure. Many nurse researchers pointed out that the newly graduated nurses feel more intention to leave work than nurses who have long job tenure. One possible reason is that newly graduated nurses do not gain enough skill or knowledge working as a nurse. Therefore, new nurses feel more work-related stress than they perceive intention to leave work. And next is organizational commitment. This factor was especially related to nurses' intention to leave their organization rather than profession, nursing. If nurses do not like their organization or do not want to contribute to their organization, nurses feel intention to leave their work. And next is job control. Job control is a freedom for nurses on clinical practice. If nurses are allowed to decide their care by themselves, or nurses can act what they want to do, nurses satisfy their nursing, then they intend to continue to work. Contrary, if nurses are restricted to their freedom of nursing care, their intention to leave work increase. And next is the supervisor or worker support. If nurses feel their supervisor or worker friendly or supportive, nurses feel comfortable, then their intention to leave work are decreased. These are not all reported antecedent. However, most of these are work-related factors. Intention to leave work relate to work factors like obviously. Then is nurses' intention to leave work is only affected by work-related factors? In some, not so many, previous research, it was reported that family factors relate to nurses' intention to leave work, such as kinship responsibility, family needs, age of the youngest child. It means that if nurses have a kinship responsibility, for example, rearing a child, and they tend to quit their job. At first, actual family responsibility is that, for example, family responsibility that parenting, child role, housework, and care for dependent family member. And next, work-family interface, positive or negative perception between their work and the family life. This is not the actual family task, it's sort of perception of individual. On the next slide, I will explain definition of this perception, which are work-family interface, positive or negative. Both work and families are our foundation and necessary things. Most of time, other than sleeping time, we spend in work or with family. For us, work and family life affect each other. For example, when we fail something in work, then feel depressed after go home, we feeling not good, then wouldn't want to do family obligation and cooking or cleaning something. However, contrary, if we success delegated project, we are very happy, then we can enjoy to do family task after go home. Also, opposite direction exists. When we spend happy time, having good relation with partner or children, having good event, which the children awarded in a class or something, we feel happy, then we can go to work. Then we will be able to good perform in their work more than we are normal feeling time. Regarding negative direction, representative concept is work-family conflict. Work-family conflict is perception of difficulty arise from competing responsibilities to work and family. Individuals who are active in both work and family domains experience the conflict about the distribution of time and energy for performing each task, which is defined as work-family conflict. Therefore, these perceptions have negative effect to employees' psychological consequence variables, turnover intention as well. On the other hand, positive direction representative concept is work-family enrichment. Work-family enrichment, which occurs when an individual takes the resource created in one domain and transfers them to the other domains, creating a better environment in both domains. It seems like to integrate both work and family life. Therefore, these perceptions have positive effect to employees' psychological consequence variables, well-being, good mental health status, and reduced turnover intention. In past study, negative side of work-family interface, concept of work-family conflict, its antecedent or consequence was focused. However, recently, this positive perception, work-family enrichment, have been focused by researchers. Then these two work-family perceptions have opposite impact to work or family status. Negative perception, work-family conflict have negative impact. So if someone's work-family conflict high, then if it continue, he or her mental health impede or decide leaving work. On the other hand, positive perception, work-family enrichment have positive influence. If someone feel work-family enrichment, if it continue, he or her job or family satisfaction high, they feel happy in both domains. However, contrary to work-family conflict, which is negative perception, reported result related intention to leave work are inconsistent. Then we considered what is work. We work for what? The primary one would be gaining money for living independently. However, why we work? The reason is not only for money. We can perceive achievement, fun, pleasure throughout working. For example, if someone be grateful or their state was improved for work which we have done, we feel very happy because we are able to recognize we contribute for others by ourselves. Therefore, we suppose that if nurses love their work, love nursing, feel favorable nursing, motivated to work as a nurse, they would try to continue to work while adjusting their work or family environment. As mentioned, our hypothesis, we focused on the concept of work engagement. Work engagement is defined as a positive, fulfilling, work-related state of mind that is characterized by vigor, dedication, and absorption. We suppose that if nurses have high work engagement, they're willing to continue to work as nurse, then they may try to adjust their work and family environment. For example, try to find childcare support, change the job style, for example, full-time to part-time. However, even if they adjust their work and delegated family role, if they feel negative perception of work-family interface, work-family conflict, they might perceive intention to leave work, or if they have positive recognition of their work and family, work-family arrangement, they may be willing to continue to work as nurse. Along the mentioning background, we generated the following study purpose. The purpose of this study is to clarify which factors have more impact to nurses' intention to leave their profession among their work engagement, work-family conflict, and work-family arrangement. Data are collected in the Kyushu district of Japan. We randomly selected hospitals, nursing homes, and home healthcare institutions in Kyushu, then asked them to give the permission conducted the study. Finally, 4 hospitals, 20 nursing homes, and 34 home healthcare institutions have agreed to attend our study. We analyzed total 533 valid questionnaires. We measured target nurses' work engagement, work-family conflict, and work-family arrangement as independent variables and their intention to leave the profession as outcome. Regarding these independent variables, we applied valid following measurement. Target work engagement was measured by applying Japanese version of the Utrecht Work Engagement Scale short version, which created by Dr. Shimaz. This scale was widely used in Japan. Next, work-family conflict. We used Japanese version of the multi-dimensional work-family conflict scale for measuring target degree of work-family conflict. The original work-family conflict scale is in English. Dr. Watai has translated then validated this English scale to Japanese version. Then next, we measured target work-family arrangement by using shortened work-family arrangement scale, which is created by Dr. Kakma. This scale originally in English, so we translated this scale to Japanese after we gained permission from Dr. Kakma. As outcome variables, we measured target, intention to leave their profession. We use one item. What is your perception regarding your future job? Response used for 4-point scale. 1 is I want to continue work as a nurse. 4 is I do not want to continue work as a nurse. The highest score indicated stronger intention to leave nursing. We applied regression analysis to analyze the relation between independent variables, work engagement, work-family conflict, and work-family enrichment, and dependent variables, target nurses' intention to leave their profession. This is the result. Both work engagement and work-family conflict work interference with family were associated to their intention to leave their profession. Work engagement was significantly negatively related to their intention to leave the profession. It means that if nurses feel more work engagement, they would perceive less intention to leave nursing. Contrary to work engagement, work-family conflict, work interference with family, not family interference with work, was significantly positively related to their intention to leave nursing. This means that if nurses feel more work-family conflict, they would consider leaving nursing. Different to work engagement and work-family conflict, work-family enrichment was not significantly related to their intention to leave the profession. Work engagement showed that most magnitude of impact effect to their intention to leave nursing. In this regression analysis, work engagement indicated about 4 times more T-score than the work-family conflict. Implication for practice. Ahead of it, this study have limitation, especially sampling. We conducted in one area of Kyushu in Japan, so this result might have contained characterized culture of Japan, Kyushu district. From this study result, it is implied that if nurses love nursing, they feel bigger delegation and absorption for nursing. They may continue nursing with while adjust their work and family environment. This was simultaneously shown if nurses who have less work engagement perceive work-family conflict, they will possibly feel more intention to leave nursing. Work engagement was the most effective for less nurses' intention to leave profession. It is shown that to make the job content of nurse more attractive for nurses would be effective for less their intention to leave nursing. In future research, what job content is attractive for nurses should be explored. This would be important for nurses' retention. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi. Thank you for such an informative presentation. Ma'am, would you like to add something to your presentation? Dr. Yoshiko, I just request you to please put on your mic.
All right. I'm terribly sorry. And thank you for everyone listening for my presentation. Thank you very much. So if anybody have a question, please ask me.
I don't have questions, in fact. However, your research is really logically built and quite useful, and it occurred me the idea to build similar research to the problem of the university dropouts, to analyze the
dropout.
Yeah, there is also a quite important problem from all over the world, as far as I know, in terms of globalization and very early start in work as for students. And it's a great idea to analyze factors which make students to leave universities. In this context, your research is quite interesting to maybe to adapt to different other social problems. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you. And I think in this by this research, so I think the work engagement is very important. I think.
Sure.
Engagements, but I think also things it's not easy to how to improve, not to improve, how to increase their engagement. It's very difficult, I think.
Yeah. Oh. Thank you. It's quite
Thank
interesting.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a really important subject. I hadn't realized there was a worldwide shortage of nurses. I know we have a terrible problem in the UK. You're absolutely right to be cautious about the generalizability of this across different cultural groups, across different countries. And one of the things that occurred to me is whether or not in Japan, nursing is dominated by the female sex, and you know it may be very different in my setting in the UK.
And how about the UK? Sorry, and how about the UK and male nurses? Lots of male nurses.
Yeah,
working?
I don't know the figures, but there are certainly lots of male nurses. From my point of view, though, I'm a little concerned about your end point. It was great that 88% of people who were given the questionnaire managed to fill them in. But I can imagine if someone's having a bad day, they've had a tough shift, they'll write about their intention to leave. And then if you ask them again, a week later, they may give a different response, which makes me think this is a subject best studied over some sort of longitudinal design, either prospective or retrospective.
Thank you, Dr. John. Now, if anyone have any questions, you can please ask to Dr. Yoshiko. Okay, I guess there are no more questions. Now let's just move on with the conference. Now, our next keynote speaker is Cecilia R.C. Collado. She is Vice Director, Department of Health and Nutrition, International Exchange Center, Nishikure University, Japan. That is an institute superior de Engineering de Lisbon, Portugal. Her topic is rural education perspective in Australia and France. Now, Cecilia Collado has a PhD and an MSc in biotechnology and a degree in biochemistry. She is professor at the Lisbon High Engineering Institute, where coordinates the BSc and MSc in biomedical engineering and the R&D lab. In medical bioengineering, she presents a broad experience in R&D in development of platforms to discover drugs and diseases, biomarkers, and bioprocess monitoring. Now, let's just see what Cecilia wants to share with us.
May I present, instead of presenting the video, can I do the talk? I can share my, okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can.
Okay, thank you. I think it's nicer to do a real-time presentation. And since we are a very heterogeneous public, I'm going to try, because I'm speaking a little, my theme is completely different from the previous talks. So I'm going to simplify. So I'm from Lisbon. I'm from engineering school. We have very diverse engineering degrees. And I'm coming to talk about precision medicines and how we can discover biomarkers to define these precision medicine. So what is a biomarker and what is precision medicine? One of the goals in medicine is to have an efficient therapy. And to have an efficient therapy, you need to understand the mechanisms of different diseases. For instance, as usually any cancer is very heterogeneous from from person to person. For instance, for breast cancer, we have a high diversity of different breast cancers. So we need to characterize them because the right therapy all depends on that characteristics. For instance, most of the cancers, of the breast cancers, overexpress hormonal receptors. So the therapy for this kind of breast cancer should be an hormonal therapy. However, there are some other breast cancers that overproduce another kind of protein. So for that, the therapy must be completely different. I can't have an efficient therapy if I don't understand the mechanism of the disease. So these mechanisms of the disease is how we could call it the biomarker. So if you understand the biomarker of each disease, we could conduct a better diagnostic and a more efficient therapy. So this is the concept behind the precision medicine or personalized medicine. Is not exactly the same, but it's very similar. So the basis is I'm going to try to characterize mechanistically all these diseases. I'm going to stratify this, the individual considering the mechanism of the disease. So I will define for each stratified population derived therapy. So this is the concept. And this concept could be applied for a better diagnostic. Already we saw it, a better therapy, but also the prognosis of the disease. For instance, in the case of breast cancer, we already know that according to the receptors that the cancer is producing, the disease could be more aggressive or not. So we could do it also for prognosis, but also for determining risk factors. I'm going to show some examples of this. And how to discover the biomarker. What actually, according to the evolution of science, and it's a huge evolution in the last 20 years or so, we could apply techniques, very sophisticated techniques to understand the whole system. So how the genes, how the proteins, all the molecules that are in the mechanism of the disease interacted with each other. I'm going to give an example how the technology has advanced on this area to understand this. For instance, the human genome that has 23 chromosomes means that in each chromosome we have the sequence based on 4 letters. So, and the first genome, the sequence of the first human genome to be handed in the beginning of the millennium, 2002 or something, was to codify, to understand all the sequence on all these genomes. So it's around 7 billion letters. So we have a system based on 4 letters. And this took around 10 years. It took around billions of dollars and was a huge project where several countries were associated, so it was enormous. However, with evolution on the last 20 years, at the moment, it's possible to have the sequence of a human genome in 2-3 days and around 2-3 thousand euros or dollars instead of 10 years and billions of dollars. So this is the impact of the evolution on this area. And this already happens. We are putting, humanity is discovering new drugs based on this technology. So, for instance, this is the number of new drugs put it on the market, drugs that are working total different mechanisms, and most of them are already discovering based on this technology. We call it target oriented, because first we use the technology to discover what is the mechanism of the disease, and understanding the mechanism of the something, we could develop personalized drugs for these targets. So it's how we call it target oriented. And this is already a reality. So, but besides the genome, we could start to understand how the cells work. And actually, the central dogma of biology says that the information that we have on our karyotype, on our chromosomes, is translated to RNA, and then is translated to a protein. And we already know this code, that for the sequence of this nucleotide, we already know which amino acid is going to be produced. And along this, all the reaction that is happening in the cell. So all the chemical reaction that happens in the cells that depends on these proteins. So this is a complex mechanism, it's very difficult to understand, because if the genome has around 25,000 genes, there are very complex reactions that increase the complexity. So for these total genes, we have much more translatable information in RNA and much more proteins. And then this is highly complex. And if, furthermore, if you are working the genome, we have something that the cell can do, but probably is not doing it, because all our cells have the same code, genetic code, but they are different from each other because they are using different genes. So the cells of the liver are expressing genes that are different from the cells of the stomach. So the end product is what the cell is really doing it. So what we call it the phenotype. The end product of this is metabolites, is compounds, small molecules. So we could say that if we focus our attention to this endpoint, probably we will find easier way to find biomarkers. So I'm working on this endpoint. So there are several techniques to analyze the endpoint, the small molecules, and try to understand the interactions between them. All the techniques are seeing different molecules, so they are very complex. Each of them are seeing different molecules, and the mode that they're working to obtain the information are also very complex. We are gathering huge quantities of information. It's not easy to filter this information. So we have big data and very difficult to understand that. So what I'm doing it, actually I'm also working in these conventional techniques. But in parallel, I'm focusing my research in a more simple technique that is much easier to implement. Don't give you guys huge information, but sometimes less is better, because we could develop more precise prediction models because we have less noise also on the data. On this case, we are using infrared spectroscopy, and this is a simple spectra from a complex biological sample, and this reflects vibrations on chemical bonds in molecules. So we are looking at the spectrum, we could say that is from proteins, this is from lipids, and so on. And it's a very flexible technique. I start to apply this to simple systems like with the bacteria, Escherichia coli, because it's very simple to grow on laboratory, and try to see if from the spectra we were able to predict from the same spectra what were happening with that bacteria, as if the bacteria was growing, if the bacteria is producing a defined product, actually was a plasmid for DNA vaccine, how the bacteria is producing or consuming acetate or consuming glucose. And these calibrations, this is regression models of the predicted value from the spectrum in relation to real measurement using other techniques. And you see we have very nice prediction models. We also apply these to human mesenchymal stem cells that are used for cell therapy. And we are able also to develop very nice regression models predicting what were the cells were doing it just from the simple spectra of the media. We could retrieve from the spectrum more complex information. I'm not going to speak, but just to understand the precision of the information that are on the spectra, we also developed some models. For instance, we want to know if we're possible to predict how the cell was dying, for instance, the mechanism of death. And the mechanism of death, for instance, and we work with a simple cell like, again, the bacteria. We use developed different mechanisms of death, different kinds of antibiotics that kill the cell by different kinds of modes, like in working at DNA or working on the proteins or the cell wall or something. And based on the simple spectra, we start to see that was reproducible and we were enabled to see, to predict these different ways of that. So it shows us the high sensitivity of the technique for these simple but complex systems, because it's a very simple system that is a bacteria, but try to understand the complexity of the mechanism of death of bacteria is already a complex problem. So we try, and then we started to apply the technique to predict to the humans. And one of the first examples were to try to predict the genotoxic effect, for instance, in hospital professionals work with chemotherapeutic drugs. These drugs, usually there are drugs very toxic that can induce mutations on DNA on the cells, for instance, the blood cells. And usually to understand the genotoxic effect that could develop the cancer, usually the techniques are very laborious. You take around 1 to 2 weeks with a very expensive and time-consuming technique, and usually this is not done in hospital. This is doing in research, and we are looking for cells from these human volunteers on blood cells and try to understand the chromosomal abnormalities existence on professionals that were working with these genotoxic drugs and people that were not working with genotoxic drugs. And we evaluate these abnormalities at the chromosomes of this. And we were able to see that some abnormalities were in higher quantity on these professionals workers. So this is the conventional analysis. So then, based on a simple drop of blood, we try to check if the spectra of this simple drop of blood that is very easy to acquire, this is normal spectra, and this is second derivative of the spectra, and developed multivariate data analysis, very simple like principal component analysis or a hierarchical cluster analysis, if we're able to differentiate these two groups of the populations, the hospital workers and the no exposed workers. And we saw huge difference on the on the serum characteristic of these people. Based on machine on modeling, based on support vector machine models of the spectra, we are able to develop very nice predicting models that were able to predict if this blood was from a person that present genotoxic effects as observed on conventional methods. The great advantage of this is that we could enable to acquire this on 3 hours of work with one person in a simple mode, where the other one, if you work very, very hard, it took much longer. Another second example was to discriminate, for instance, the different types of immune cells, specific immune cells, that is B and T lymphocytes, but they're very relevant for a series of the diseases. Try to understand what kind of cells are being activated and are going to be applied in a certain diseases is crucial and will define the best therapy. So the first exercise was looking at the spectrum of the cells, and again we are able to discriminate it, the B from the T cells from the spectra. It was very, very simple, using simple models or more complex models. We're able also to see if the cells were activated, not only if what were the cells, but the cells were starting an immune reaction. The last example of this case, instead of pointing the other, we also analyze serum from transplanted patients, patients that acquire a kidney. And for this kind of patients, it's critical to understand when the rejections of this organ will start. And ideally, I want to detect this before the clinic outputs. So before the organ starts to not function well, I want to detect this, because as soon as I detect this, the medical could do this therapeutic to avoid the rejection. But for avoiding the rejection, we need to understand one kind of the mechanism, and usually the mechanism could be a B or a T cell based mechanism. This is an example where I evaluated what kind of cells that are activated by the immune system is relevant. So we were able to predict again the people that were before the rejection starts. So 1 month, 2 months before the rejection start, we were able to detect that, because we have many samples of the same patients. This patient was monitoring by the center, and we were able to know that this patient on this period don't have a rejection, and start on that period we have a rejection, clinical observing rejection. We're able to predict that before that will happen. So was amazing result. But the technique could also be using, this is my last example, to resolve, to acquire spatial information. So all the examples previous were an average from blood sample, urine samples, from a biofluid, because the ideal biomarker is be acquiring from a sample being minimally invasive. We don't want to base a diagnostic on biopsies. Biopsies are highly invasive. So our goal is to avoid biopsies and try to obtain this information for a simple sample like blood, and in a quicker way without losing sensitivity or specificity. On this example is totally different. This example is taking the biopsy, and usually when you take the biopsy is there are special medicines, that is the pathologists that observe the tissue of the biopsy, and based on the microscopic optical observation like this, actually it's not exactly like this because we don't use currents. At the moment, I don't remember the word in English. But usually we have currents that to do contrast, just to check better the morphology. And there's pathologists observing this say that is cancer or not cancer. If you need, we'll use other markers, but it's based on this. So it's a human observation usually associated to 8–10% of error. So you want to avoid that and try to do this in automatic way using this technique. For that, we use a special, we are observing at the microscopic level, and we use a special detector that usually don't have a detector as a array of detectors, 64 for 64 detectors. So we are acquiring 4,000 spectra in the area around this, and we can't do this automatically. So we are considering huge amounts of data because each spectra has 3,600 wave numbers. So if you multiply this by this number and plus 20 times this number, so we are huge quantities of information. So I want to know if from this spectra, this is a spectral acquirer, for instance, in this case is prostate cancer. And this is a simple exercise. So we are integrating this area from these peaks. We know this is from proteins, lipids, and so on. We are using that reconstituting the image in infrared region. This is a simple exercise. If you see the average of the spectra or the derivative of the spectra, we see that in average are different, but the standard deviation are huge. So we are not, it's very difficult to base the classification of cancer based on average and on simple statistics. So we start to try to multivariate data analysis again with machine learning techniques, and we evaluate how different techniques for pre-processing the spectra to reduce dimension of data, because you are living with a huge dimension of data, various types of processing techniques, supervised, non-supervised, and etc. And we achieve a very nice accuracy in relation to the conventional classification conducted by the pathologist. That is a very nice output. So in wrap up, we are able to apply the technique for a diverse type of applications in biofluids and also for biopsy analysis. And in all the times we acquire a very sensitive and specific analysis. So we develop predictive models that could be used for conducted a diagnosis. So thank you very much. So it's a completely different theme. Hope you enjoy it. So thank you. So if you have any question at all. Oh, okay. So Professor Ludmila, it's a pleasure to see
so
you.
It's really nice to see you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to see you after Rome. So 3 or 4 years ago, I don't
Yeah, it was maybe our
Yeah.
it was our last physical conference, in fact, in Rome. Yeah, and it was great pleasure also to see you.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Yeah, and it's nice to see you now, and I'm really happy that you go on your research in your direction, and it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cecilia Calado. That was a very enlightening speech and very informative too. Thank you for the information, Doctor. Now, if I just request everyone, if you have any questions or any queries, you may ask to Dr. Cecilia Calado, or you can even just put your questions in that chat box and they will be answered by the speaker. So anyone have any questions, any suggestions? Okay, so now thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now let's just move on with the conference. Thank you, Dr. Cecilia. Now, our next keynote speaker is Dr. Ludmila Rizun. Now, let's see what Ludmila wants to share with us.
I'm happy to greet all the participants of the International Conference on Science and Technology Research. My name is Ludmila Rizun, and I'm a full professor of Information System Department of Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics, Kharkiv City, Ukraine. Hello to everybody. I'm happy to greet all the participants of the International Conference on Science and Technology Research. My name is Ludmila Rizun, and I'm a full professor of Information System Department of Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics, Kharkiv City, Ukraine. Also, I'm a president of Science Technology Research Association, which is really a great honor for me. The topic of my keynote presentation of today's lecture, today's meeting, is the problems of training of the university newcomers in terms of emergency situations. Definitely the topic of my presentation is not occasional one. And I'm going to to cover urgency of our research, also theoretical framework, experience of blended learning activities enhanced with interactive methods exactly for university newcomers, and to cover in short results and discussion in terms of students' learning motivation. In terms of urgency of the research, so it's clear that the complicated reality during the COVID pandemic and lockdowns has caused drastic changes in all fields of our lives and definitely influenced a lot of the education processes. In fact, pandemic is going on, and it's also an emergency situation. Current emergency situation in Ukraine, associated with the military conflict with Russia, has also caused necessity to search new approaches for providing efficiently educational services at school and universities. Most of our educational establishments in Ukraine have to work in a remote mode and provide distant learning for the students who are physically disconnected both from their teachers and their peers. Because the vast majority of our students, they are now refugees, and they stay in different countries, but they also choose to study in our Ukrainian universities. And we have lots of university newcomers who go on working, go on studying in Ukrainian universities. So for us, it's incredibly urgent problem. In terms of emergency, also it's important to notice that distant or blended learning has had many benefits, especially enabled flexibility of teaching and learning anywhere and anytime. However, recent studies detected significant differences between well-planned, carefully designed online studying and sessions held in response to crisis or disaster. Moreover, in emergency situations, these designed processes are absent, in fact. There are indicated several students' difficulties and limitations of online learning on conditions of emergency. They are common for the majority of university students, and their overcoming is really challenging for the teaching staff. However, these difficulties are even more challenging for university newcomers, first-year students who have entered university during emergency situations. And it is clear that this is a special category of students which need special exact support and adaptation to new conditions of their learning life. So theoretical framework which is behind our research, is made by the building of university newcomers profile in order to understand what exactly to overcome. We need to know what are their background, what are their challenges, expectations, and what problems, what difficulties we have to overcome. Then it's also basics of blended learning theory and fundamentals of motivation theory, partially also made theoretical framework of our work. Sorry. Building a university newcomers profile in order to realize true challenges and learning difficulties, we had to answer the set of questions. What kind of person we are? What is their background? What were their conditions of studying, social life and community before university? And how have they changed at university? What are their targets, motivation? And what are their potential challenges in the current conditions of studying at a new place and at online learning during emergency? Answering these questions, we could conclude that A typical university newcomer is a yesterday high school or college trainee who is not a teenager yet, but not an adult person. And they're definitely more determined and motivated than school children, but they still need to be stimulated, to be interested in the subject of learning. At university, newcomers bump with lots of novelties at study. The enormous capacity of new information and high demands to their level of knowledge and skills, unusual forms of study, special system of assessment, everything, all of these things are really unusual for newcomers. Advanced teaching staff who are mostly top-level scientists and researchers, and definitely it is completely new students community which is disconnected from each other. That is the real conditions, true conditions of studying for our university newcomers. Novelties of studying are complicated also with the peculiarities of online learning. Instead of eye-to-eye emotional and fruitful communication with the teacher, they obtain only distant contact when the teacher is separated from you and cannot give trainees immediate feedback to some unclear or challenging points of the material. Also, the newcomers appeared to be physically disconnected with their group mates to overcome current difficulties in learning, to explain to each other something in simple words or on some primitive examples. They are deprived of such a possibility, such an options. And finally, they feel the lack of communication, common verbal communication. They appear to be isolated and deprived of habitual social life, which was true also during pandemic, and for lots of our students who are nowadays are refugees, it's also a great challenge for them, and should be definitely taken into account. Talking about the theoretical background of blended learning in general, we have to conclude that there are distinguished lots of advantages and disadvantages of blended learning. Despite the obvious advantages like flexibility, openness, raising of trainees' motivation and independence, there are also great challenges of successful implementation of blended learning. Among them, there is lack of proper awareness about the blended learning paradigm, non-satisfactory didactic and methodological provision, and definitely involving students into active form of work, adding classroom spirit and overcoming physical disconnection is maybe greatest challenge of successful implementation of blended learning, especially in terms of conditional emergency situations. As for my personal experience of overcoming challenges of blended learning implementations in terms of emergency, I distinguish maybe some special set of challenges which I decided to overcome, which is really important exactly for university newcomers, to add classroom spirit into online classes, to involve students into active forms of work, to facilitate their adaptation and raise their learning motivation, or at least to retain it. And it's obvious for me that in order to meet these challenges, we need to apply interactive methods, this or that interactive method. And now I'll try to cover these ideas in close relationship to practice of blended learning at my universities. The matter is that the blended learning model for current situation is so-called flex model. It looks like the distant learning in model-like platform with Zoom online classes according to common schedule. So all the materials, all the necessary tasks, theoretical materials, they are available in the so-called PNS system, personal learning system. At my university, it's distant learning system, and it is accompanied with online Zoom classes, which are held according to common schedule. Typical blended learning activities which are recommended by researchers to use, these are flipped learning, gamification, digital storytelling, etc. I have to say that these typical blended learning activities, according to studies and from my own experience, they are really efficient. However, under this situation, they must be enriched with different kind of interactive techniques. Common interactive techniques which might be used here, there is lectures of selected kinds, game methods, debate methods, group solution method, and project making, and many others. And minding this necessity to enrich blended learning activities with interactive methods, we also need to keep in mind different types of interactivity which exist actually in the typical tutorial process. There is student learning object type of interactivity, student teacher type of interactivity, and also students teacher type of interactivity that expects involving the students into the interaction among themselves and individual students with other students in the group, in the presence of the teacher or without him in real time. Definitely the last type of interactivity is the highest one, and I'd like to realize and to meet exactly this type of interactivity. In this context, interactivity mission can be seen as some mean or some tool to break ice between the teacher and the students and among them as well, to promote the interaction, to involve them, at least virtually, into special kinds of activity which are beneficial for their active learning and can lead finally to deep understanding of the complicated problems, and on the other hand, to compensate the lack of a habitual communication. They will distinguish some theoretical and practical issues which can be learned by the students in small groups or in pairs independently and in advance. And the task for them was to prepare the presentation which had to cover specific list of issues. So in terms of flipped learning activity, it's quite typical practice to assign tasks beforehand to make students to get ready to potential theoretical and practical classes. So the students were provided with the list of the topics for presentations and their common outlines. Then during lecture classes of specific special types and on specific topics, they were organized as mini conferences where each small group of students or each pair of students delivered via Zoom their presentation, while the rest of the students were active listeners who had to find out answers on some questions during listening. For example, how exactly we tried to enrich flipped learning activity with interactive techniques. During the course Basics of Interface Design, flipped learning lecture, for example, on the topic of psychological mechanisms of data perception, was arranged in the form of online mini conference, and digital tools which we used there were video conferences services. One of them, Zoom, for example. It might be used also other conference services. doesn't matter in fact. And a flipped learning lecture in the form of online mini conference was organized in special way. They were assigned in advance different tasks to the pairs of students. The tasks were mostly to learn theoretical material on the features of different data perception, to find out proper examples which illustrate peculiarities of human vision and their connection with interface design, to elaborate presentation, to take part in the mini conference, both as presenters or experts and listeners. One of the tasks of pair of students presenters was to learn psychological background of human perception of textual information. And during online mini conference, the presenters shared their findings on this topic. They explained that the efficiency of reading depends on linear way on the amount of characters visible by eyes. They also covered the reason of this fact based on psychological background and attracted the listener's attention to the paradox of this cognitive and psychological phenomena, and tried to focus on the idea of so-called content-based interface and task-based interface. Listeners during this online conference, they were encouraged by presenters and by the teacher definitely to discuss the connection of these findings from psychology with the problems of efficient interface design. They were attracted to speculation and making conclusions on the efficiency of perception of isolated words and words connected into the long phrases, the difference between task-driven and content-driven user interface, and how it is connected with the typographic decision-making and the interface design, etc. Presenters, after that, supported the prepared discussion with the visual examples of the both types of user interface, illustrating fruitful and non-fruitful using of these psychological peculiarities. Definitely, according to our observations, the students revealed great enthusiasm, responsibility, and concentration of attention during these online conferences and during preparation in terms of flipped learning, which is quite difficult to achieve during typical online lecture. All of the students prepared their presentations applying some additional materials, included some extra visualization to clarify some complicated issues, and they tried to follow the outline of presentation prepared or recommended by the teacher. They covered all these necessary issues, and they tried to do it. It was obvious that they followed this outline. The listeners were active enough in asking questions and in the interaction with their peers during the discussion. It was obvious that they were concentrated during the presentation, and they tried to extract much important information to apply it in future and to exchange their knowledge with others. Presentation and participation in discussion both were estimated according to specially prepared scale, and it was definitely bonuses for students. They were quite happy with it also. Another different gamification technique within Classcraft environment was also enriched with the team role game activities. So in terms of blended learning technique, it was gamification. Interactive method which we tried to apply, it was team role game activity, and digital tool for this work was Classcraft environment. If to say in a few words, that Classcraft, there is a game online environment, which allows to maintain gamification approach during any academic period and enables any student to go through the course sections, in fact, any course section, no matter which course is. So to go through the course sections individually or within the group, overcoming practical tasks, tests, and quests, specially prepared by the teacher for all of the course modules. During this work, they obtain game bonuses of different types, which accumulate their scores. So, as an example, I'd like to say that each student within this environment should choose a character, a role of a wizard, warrior, healer, some others, with proper skills and cooperatively learn a topic while doing quests. The students applied their skills regarding their role. They tried to contribute the best into the team success, doing quest tasks and obtaining different bonuses, which gave their participants various additional opportunities. And also they helped their team to achieve common learning result in the most efficient way. And I'd like to say that it was really beneficial for lots of students, and the combination in group of quite weak students and strong students also contributed a lot to the communication and the common work upon the tasks of the course, and could lead the team to common success, which was really enthusiastic and really rewarding. Similar scene within Classcraft, it was boss battles test solving, also in groups with the same ideas of intercommunication. Also group work upon the real life tasks, extending the gamification activity in Figma environment. So it was organized in the progress of learning how to create a prototype of the site, for example, with landing pages. The students were assigned special tasks. Imagine that you are director of coffee company, which is a new player in the coffee trade market, and the company wants to create a site to talk about the coffee, about the company, services, offers, and so on. To solve this problem, the students were divided into the groups of analytics, developers, and testers, according to the roles which are typically fulfilled by interface designers at the different stages of the prototype development. The teacher encouraged interaction within groups and between groups via debates based on Socratic method of discussion. And for example, here you can see some episodes of Zoom discussion in groups within the groups of analytics, designers, and testers. And for example, in a group, in the analytics group, there were debates which were organized as a set of questions, and so the teacher encouraged the discussion within any groups. Thanks Zoom, nowadays it's possible to divide students and break them into different rooms, and these discussions, the teacher works as a facilitator of these discussions within each of these groups. So in analytics group, they were offered to discuss questions like this one: who are your potential users, what may be their age, education needs, and so on, what tasks do the users expect to solve via the site, and some others. Also, they were included questions like this one: how can the collected information about users and potential behavior on the site help the group of developers? And these results are essential also for a group of testers and some others. So these kind of debates gave the finally understanding of their role, students' role in the whole interactive process, iterative process of the prototype design, allocation the roles within the group with understanding by each member of the group their own duties, and minding responsibilities and scope of necessary interaction with members of other groups. Similar discussions were also and debates were also held in two rest of the groups. So another quite interesting blended learning technique, which was also enriched with group activity, was digital storytelling, and interactive method was chosen as a group activity. In terms of digital tools, it's good to use teleconference services, digital boards, and Figma environment as an instrument for creating digital stories. For example, in terms of learning basics of interface design, it was offered special group task creation of comic-based digital story with a didactic pose to investigate the influence of color palette on the emotional state of a user and implementation of its impact in the user interface development. Such a task was offered to students, and again in groups it was discussion was for group solution finding, and it included the set of questions which are given on the screen, and these kind of questions encourage students to think over and to create their digital story together. So digital storytelling activities organized in such a way afterwards of creation of their digital story, the groups, each of the groups demonstrated their comics and told, in fact, their digital story during online practical classes. Other students were involved into the critical watching of their peers' work, and ready-made digital stories were used, in fact, as cases that enable to involve all of the students into productive case studies. After that, these stories, digital stories, could be successfully used as digital aid for further generation of students. And in fact, this was really rewarding for students. They were really proud of that fact that their digital story is going to be used for different other students as a didactic aid. So, to sum up our observations and in fact our attempt to enrich typical blended learning activities with different interactive methods, I'd like to conclude that applied interactive methods enable to the students to feel the classroom atmosphere during online classes, promoted their cognitive eagerness to work with remote digital resources, contributed a lot into development of efficient learning communication, which helped overcome disconnection between the students and their feeling of disconnection inherent to blended learning, and which we tried to overcome, in fact. Okay, also applied interactive methods were really beneficial for university newcomers. They were involved into active participation in the educational process, which included individual knowledge mining, knowledge and skills demonstration for peers, and finally self-estimation and peers estimation, which allowed to reduce limitation of online learning for newcomers and make smoothly their adaptation to the university study. So also we tried to analyze and to understand how these activities influenced the motivation to learn it, students' motivation to learn it. Motivation to learn, according to psychology, is defined as the personal efforts which encourage to learning activities, ensure their continuity and point direction to the activities with the aim at achievement of students' desired goal. And again, according to psychology, the most common factors that affect motivation in the process of learning, they are attention, appealing to a learner's past experience, positive attitude, and satisfaction. And in fact, we used these ideas of motivation theory in order to create a kind of survey in order to estimate the level of students' motivation to learning and to prepare our full survey. Yeah, the survey was the preliminary survey, was designed to evaluate whether the interactive methods introducing into the blended learning activities is in the line with the four mentioned rules and factors of motivation, and detect what students' motivation levels are. So this survey consists of 20 items comprising 4 subsections for each of the factors: attention, appealing to learners' past experience, positive attitude, and satisfaction. Each subsection included 5 items to get a feedback from the students on each motivation dimension. It measures learners' motivation level by applying a 5-point Likert type scale, where 1 means strongly agree and 5 means strongly disagree. To obtain and test the design survey reliability, it was conducted. This survey was conducted in one of the groups of newcomers who completed one of the curricular forms into course in terms of blended learning activities enhanced with the interactive methods and built according to our modules depicted above. In total, there were 27 students who took part in the survey, and the scale reliability test was conducted to estimate the result. The reliability of all of 4 scales for each motivation dimension on standardized Cronbach alpha was obtained 0.75, which proved an acceptable reliability level of the obtained result. And finally, so this survey is in progress, in fact, yeah, and we can't give some final conclusions. However, as for preliminary results of the survey, I have to say that about 70% of our trainees admitted that they attended online classes with desire because they were used variety of gripping activities. Communication with other students during debates and discussion helped hold their attention, and the course stimulated their curiosity. Over 50% of the students said that during the course doing they were involved into work upon the tasks, which demonstrated them how these course materials would be useful for them in potential professional life. About 63% of the course participants revealed positive attitude to learning, and they also admitted that team interaction during material mastering suggested them confidence in their abilities. And about 72% said that they were pleased to work on the course in such a friendly and cooperative atmosphere. I have to say that these results seem to me really rewarding, and we are going to go on our survey and learning of results of motivation level for all of the students. Here I'd like to say thank you to everybody for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ludmila. Thank you.
Really thank you for your attention. It was quite a long presentation a bit. Okay, but I wanted to give some practical ideas how it can be used in a real life practice of university. And I have to say that emergency situation nowadays is, frankly speaking, is all over the world. It was caused by pandemic and by crisis in a way. So the war conflict is in Ukraine, but I'm really thank you for all the world who support us and give us actually we feel shoulder of whole world, yeah, and Europe and other countries. It's really great support, and I hope that such an experience of covering university education and supporting the university education might be important for different other countries who are also now in some emergency situations. So thank you. And if there are any questions, I am ready to answer. And I'm sorry I have to leave the conference because I need to join different other event at my university.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So I request to everyone, do you have any questions or any queries?
Not really questions, just praises. It's a really in-depth research, especially the gamification method you talked about. That is, especially in this digital age, it's really important that you are inclusive with the younger ones, especially everything going digital now, the metaverse, everything. So amazing.
Yeah,
amazing work.
thank you. And I have to say that this Classcraft gamification environment is incredibly beneficial for students' work, and it can consolidate them into groups for group solving. And it's available. It's a free digital tool, and it's nowadays I'm really thankful to the internet and to the variety of digital tools which are really available to organize each kind of fruitful communication despite this physical disconnection. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ismaila. Anybody just want to share your thoughts or something? Okay, so I just request everyone to please put on your cameras. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ismaila.
Thank you very much. So I wish success to work of the conference, and I have to say goodbye because see you later on different other conferences. Yeah,
yes,
bye.
Sure.
Bye.
Sure, ma'am. See you later. Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, let's move on to our conference. Now, we have our team building activity. Now, let's proceed towards a team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity to connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. So this team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. Now let's just hold on for a second.
We all have mental health. It is just as important as physical health. It is not only about mental illness or mental disorders. This is just one part of a bigger picture. It's best to think about mental health as being on a continuum, rather than people being either mentally ill or mentally well. We are all on the continuum, and we move up and down according to factors such as our genetic makeup and upbringing, our life circumstances, and the stresses we are under. At one end of the continuum, we have mental disorders, like depression or anxiety. And at the other end, we have states of positive mental health, when we're thriving, content, and fulfilled. The aim of mental health interventions is to move people up the continuum so that they're able to reach their full potential and live satisfying lives. The World Health Organization describes mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Being mentally healthy means being resilient and able to cope with difficult times, feeling in control, being confident, feeling good about yourself, managing and expressing your emotions, building and maintaining good relationships. We all experience periods when we feel stressed, worried, anxious, sad, afraid, or angry. These are all normal emotions. However, when these emotions become severe enough that it interferes with the person's ability to function daily, and these feelings become persistent over time, then it can develop into a mental health problem. There are many different types of mental disorders. When left untreated, mental disorders can be chronic and long-lasting, and are associated with increased disability. They significantly have an impact on daily functioning and frequently interfere with family, social, and work responsibilities. Fortunately, there are effective treatments and evidence-based interventions available that aim to help individuals understand and cope with symptoms of mental illness. However, very few people with mental disorders access existing treatment services. This may be due to barriers such as the stigma attached to seeking help, the lack of understanding of mental health problems, uncertainty of how to get help, or the fear of disclosing mental health problems. Research shows that stigma remains one of the biggest factors preventing people from seeking help early for their mental health problems and getting the appropriate support they need. It is important to acknowledge that we all have mental health and have a personal responsibility to learn how we can improve and maintain our well-being in order to lead meaningful and satisfying lives.
So that was our team building video. Now, our topic is how important is mental health. So if you have any questions or any views on this topic, please share with us.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
I would request everyone to please share your views on this topic.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes. You are audible, sir.
Great. So, just a few things I found out during just a little research about the mental health and how important it is to every single one of us, no matter what profession you're doing, no matter what you do in life. Just to kick off, what is mental health? Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and also our social being. It's how we think, it's how we feel, it's how we act. It also helps determine how we handle our stress in relation to others, and how we make healthy choices. Mental health is really important at every stage of our life, from basically childhood all the way through being an adult. So although most people think that think of these words as the same thing, poor mental health and mental illness, but they're actually two different things, because a person can experience poor mental health and not be diagnosed with mental illness. Likewise, a person diagnosed with mental illness can just experience periods of poor mental health. So there are two different things. Most people think it's the same one thing. So why is it really important for us to understand that mental health is important, especially in our overall health? Mental health and physical health are equally important components because, for example, depression increases the risk of many types of physical health problems, especially long-lasting issues like diabetes, heart diseases, stroke. Similarly, the presence of chronic conditions can increase your risk of mental illness because by the time you keep thinking about what condition you're in, that definitely puts you in a worse place than you were before. So can mental health change over time? Yes, it's important to really understand and remember that a person's mental health can change over time, depending on a couple of factors. So when someone realizes that they need to outperform what their resources can let them do, that puts you in a state of mental health, mental illness. Because, for example, if someone is working long hours, caring for a relative, or just experiencing economic hardship, they may experience poor mental health. So the causes of mental health, most people think that it's just one, but there are a couple of things that can cause mental health. A number of factors also. Number one, early life experiences such as trauma or history of abuse, example, child abuse, sexual assault, witnessing violence, experiences relating to chronic medical conditions, like I said earlier, such as cancer or diabetes, biological factors as well, or chemical imbalances in the brain, use of alcohol, drugs, having feelings of loneliness, isolation are all things that can cause that. So it's really important for us to take note that mental illness is real, and because for us to keep proceeding and succeeding in whatever field we're doing, or just excelling in our professions, we need to keep assessing ourselves to know that we are in the right frame of mind at every single point. So I think that was too long, but that's just my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Thank you for sharing your views, and thank you for even giving us some suggestions on that. Now, I request everyone, do you have any suggestions or any view? Yes, sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Akina George. Well, as a professor and participating in this particular event, I think it's very relevant to invite students to be here to present their work and in a constructive and honest way. I mean, it would be a pleasure to listen to students presenting their work and giving our honest opinion, but in a constructive way. So sometimes working with very scheduled time, with in a very competitive area. My area is highly competitive in bio. Stuff is very hard. And so students, and usually we have very good students, on my degree are the best students of the school. So they are very hardworking, very competitive, and sometimes they impose to themselves these very, very intensive goals and very exigent goals. So it's relevant for a teacher or for us in the community to distress this, to avoid putting very stress to a public presentation, to avoid to continue to high demands to this kind of students. So it's relevant, this kind of events, and it's a pleasure to participate in this kind of events. Sometimes it's difficult because we are from total different areas, but it's critical that everyone try to come, and most of the students try to come, try to present. Don't be afraid. Try to count your story on your work story, but don't be afraid, because I think in most of us will look at you in a very positive and constructive way. So I think, well, I think this is a very relevant contribute for students. Thank you. And congratulations to your organizing committee for these events, because I think it's relevant to people on these online events, so they don't be afraid to do their opinions. Sometimes the English is not so perfect like mine, but try to look in front of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cecilia. Thank
I
you for
would-
your suggestions. Yes, sure, Akshata. You can share your views.
I would also like to share that, as she said, that students are becoming more competitive and it consumes them at times. Also, the stigma attached to it. So I think people nowadays are literally wearing the badge of hustle, and hustle culture and urgency culture is coming up so much that our society as a whole pushes us, since childhood, to be honest, to be in a fight and flight mode regularly. Like, get good grades, compete in sports, rush to school, reply to the email right now. So things like that. So I think the nervous system in general has become so dysregulated. We are constantly in a state of fight and flight that our mental health is being affected. Like during COVID, when work from home started, there was not a definite period of work time. So hustle culture, urgency culture increased. And I think because of which ADHD is also, like, no wonder is skyrocketing like anything. So I guess also the stigma attached to it, that people don't go until they are done with dealing with it themselves, until they are reaching to the point, to the edge. So as a society, we also have stigmatized mental health a lot, but also mourns suicide on the other hand. So it's like way too much complicated. So I think mental health is a major factor, as also George mentioned right now, that how we think, how we feel is central to the way of our lives. So I guess it impacts every factor, every element, every aspect of our lives. It's really important that we pay attention to it, especially in the culture where society pushes you towards testing your mental health. So yeah, that's all.
And family as well, not just students. Like, you need to get married, make
Yeah.
money, help the family. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Totally agreed.
Yeah, I agree too. I think it's getting harder as well for sort of younger people with the pressures of social media as well. I see a lot of young sort of teenagers who come in with anxiety and bullying. And, it's just sort of on the rise. Yeah. And again, I think you're right, Akshita, that they wait until there's no other options, kind of. But I try and remind them, well, if you had broken your wrist, you would have come in, to seek medical attention. Like, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank
People
you.
also do look for like instant solutions. They don't want to go through the process of healing and growth. So I have, in my experience, whoever comes to me for first sessions for counseling, many of the people within second sessions are like that, we didn't get any advice, we are not feeling better, and then they drop therapy. So it's very difficult to have patience with oneself. Like, the years of conditioning would not go in a day or two. So that's another issue which comes up.
Yes. Totally right, Akshita. Thank you for sharing your views.
Thank you.
Bashir, would you like to share something?
Yes. I would just like to say, I think you find that I just want to mention the home has an important role to play. You find that mostly an individual who comes from a very supportive, loving, caring home, you find that that individual is bound to have it's bound to enter the society more confident, as against someone who had those things lacking. So the home has an important role to play. And then you have the immediate environment. What goes on in the immediate environment also plays a role in our mental health. If you have a very calm society, maybe if the society, if you have violence and things like that, it's bound to have an effect on how the individual goes into that, how his mental health is shaped. So there are a lot of external factors that can affect our mental health. That's just my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bashir, for sharing your views. Now I would like to ask Dr. John Harris. Do you have any views on this?
Well, the obvious answer to your question from my cultural prism is very. I'm not completely against the idea of stigma, because it's tied up with denial, which in some circumstances can be helpful. We in Britain have experienced an explosion in people's poor mental health since the pandemic, and really we're not in a position to be able to deal with it. So we do what we've always done, which is top slice and deal with the most serious. And quite honestly, in my part of London, anything can happen. Lots and lots of very, very severe mental illness. What I would like to see from our public health doctors is an emphasis on behaviors that promote good mental health. And I love the concept from the WHO of the wheel of well-being, which is basically, it's a cool idea to balance your life with exercise, with mindfulness, with altruism, with education, with friendship. And let's have, as our future pie in the sky idea, an emphasis on those 5 good habits, rather than the necessary always pathologizing.
Thank you, Dr. John, for your views. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Abhishek Basu, do you have any views on this?
Yeah, I definitely have some views. Like on a regular basis, I'm dealing with college students and university students. Okay. So according to me, 2 things that are affecting the students' mental health most is peer pressure and extreme competition. These 2 factors are very important. As I can tell from my personal experiences, that right now in India, the situation is such that only the top 5 or 10% are getting employment in government offices or in academic institutions, etc. So ultimately, what is the objective of the student is to get good grades, good ranks at any cost. And also, there's a environment of peer pressure where a particular student has to follow some social norms which is guided by their peers. Now, this is very contrary to the Indian culture, which we know actually. But having said that, in our schools, there is hardly any stress on mental education, like education related to mental health or education related to morality or ethics, etc. So from the very beginning, if our mind is conditioned in a positive way, probably this could be a solution to the problem that is the teenagers and the college students and the university students are facing nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Now I would like to ask Amy, would you like to put some light on this?
Yes, so as I mentioned before, I see a lot of a lot of mental health in my practice. I don't know if you can see me. My video seems to have a problem. Yeah, I think peer pressure and social media nowadays are exacerbating mental health in our daily life. I see a lot of teenagers being bullied online and obviously then having anxiety and depression from that. So yeah, I think it's a very difficult time to be a teenager at the moment. I agree. We probably should, instead of just wanting to diagnose and treat, look at other avenues to sort of help have better mental health, like exercise and having a good diet and doing things that we enjoy.
Thank you, Emmy. Ma'am Reha, would you like to put some light on this? Ma'am Reha, are you able to listen to us?
Hi.
Hello, ma'am. Would you like to put some light on this?
Yeah, sure. My name is Rifa, not Rehab, sorry. Yeah, good morning, all. I just want to emphasize on the point that in some of the cultures, I'm coming from a Middle East culture. So there we think that the seeking mental health is a luxury and it is not a need. So we are facing this issue and unfortunately we still face it. So we need to educate and aware the cultures about the importance of mental health. And we have to make them know that it is not a luxury, it is a need when it is needed. And also we have to put in mind the individual differences. We usually see this incident that if there is, like, for example, two brothers will same one issue or one incident, one will get affected and will get the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, but the other one will not get it. So they think that the one who gets the PTSD is just making it up, or he's faking this. But we have to put also in mind the individual differences of people, and one person will accept the incident, but the other one will not accept it, and he will suffer from the PTSD. Also, you have mentioned about the stigma, the mental illness stigma. The only thing in our mind about the mental illness stigma is the public stigma, which is the thoughts of the public toward the psychiatric patient. But we didn't put in mind the self-stigma, because mental illness stigma has a three version. One of them public stigma, perceived stigma, and self-stigma, which is the patient thoughts about himself, the psychiatric patient. Today, at the end of the day, I will give a presentation about the self-stigma, and I hope you know more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reha. Now, we would like to just have a photo session with you guys. So I request Emmy to please put on your cameras and request everybody to please put on a big smile on your faces.
My camera is on, but I'm having issues with it. It's actually on, but I don't know why I can't. I might have to leave and come back in. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, ma'am, no problem with that. It's okay, ma'am, it's fine.
As in, don't leave or leave it?
No, ma'am, it's okay. It's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to leave the conference for that.
Okay.
Okay, now please have a second to, we are just taking your photos. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being so supportive. Now let's just move on with our conference. So our team building activity is over now, and today we have listeners. John Harris, he's from London. Christopher Vale, he's from University of South Australia. Bashir, He's from Nigeria. Ikan George, he's from Nigeria. Emmy Wong, she's from Australia. Now, let's move on to our presenters. So, our first presenter is Dr. Abhishek Basu. I would just like to give a little info about him. He's from Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Shripat Singh College, Jigaganj, India. His topic is microbiological chemical factors responsible for arsenic mobilization and isolation of heavy metal hypertolerant bacterium from irregulation well water. I just request everyone just to please go through his abstract. Now, let's just move on and see what Dr. Basu wants to share with us.
So a very good morning to all the participants. Today I'm going to present my topic, that is microbiogeochemical factors responsible for arsenic mobilization and isolation of heavy metal hypertolerant bacterium from irrigation well water. Well, I am Dr. Abhishek Basu and assistant professor and principal investigator. My affiliation is Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Sipat Singh College, affiliated to University of Kalyani. For this work, my co-authors are Devashish Chatterjee and my PhD student Devjani Mondol. I'm glad that I have been given an opportunity to present in 12th ICSTR Singapore International Conference. Yeah. So basically our area of work, this is our area of work. This is Chagda block of Nodia district. This is a district of West Bengal, India, which is situated in Bengal Delta Plain. As we know that Bengal Delta Plain has a problem of arsenic contamination of soil and groundwater because of the presence of arsenic in the aquifers, and its origin is completely geogenic. So groundwater is commonly used for drinking and irrigation purposes throughout Southeast Asia, notably in Bengal Delta Plain, that is mainly in West Bengal and parts of Bangladesh. In major part of Bengal Delta Plain, shallow aquifer, which is less than 50 meters groundwater, is used for irrigation purpose during paddy cultivation, because paddy is the staple food over here. Also, the summer paddy, which is known as boro, has been produced with large-scale groundwater development up to 90%. Our present study focuses on arsenic mobilization in shallow irrigation well with analysis of water quality as well as related geochemistry of multi-depth wells, that is from 15 to 42 meters. Okay, and these are all irrigation wells. Here are some red spots. As you can see, these are the location and distribution of the irrigation wells which we have sampled. We have collected water from them and did a detailed biochemical and microbiological analysis of the same. So, due to the time constraints, I will only show to you the main observations. here we could see that there is a strong correlation between arsenic and iron concentration. Okay, so which suggests that iron oxide hydroxides could be the possible host for the release of arsenic. Okay, they actually host arsenic, and this dissolution of iron minerals release arsenic in the groundwater. And the anoxic as well as reducing condition of the aquifer supports this kind of release of arsenic from various iron oxides and hydroxides minerals which also bears arsenic. Also, this is very interesting what we have seen, that in the irrigation wells there is presence of coliforms and fecal coliforms. Okay, now this irrigation well water is mainly used for irrigation purposes, sometimes for consumption and drinking water. Okay, they are fed to cattle. Okay, but if they contain coliform and fecal coliform bacteria, which is very harmful for health and may cause fatal gastrointestinal diseases, it's a matter of concern. To further confirm the presence of this bacteria, we did fermentation test by culturing whatever microbes present in the irrigation well water in lactose broth, and we could see the gas bubbles here over here in the Durham's tube. Also, there are presence of fecal coliforms, and this specifically belongs to the class E. coli with this green colony with metallic sheen, and here are the pink colonies of Enterobacter aerogens. Okay, so here we can see, first I'll explain for the estimation of total coliform. We cultured the irrigation well water in lactose broth at 37 degrees for 24 hours. But for to see whether fecal coliforms are present or not, we cultured the same irrigation well water at 44.5 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. We could see here that there are various wells, okay, which actually contains both fecal coliform as well as normal coliform bacteria. However, this well, it contains only coliform and not fecal coliform. But you could see well number 15, 16, and 32, 36, and 40, they contain both coliform as well as specifically fecal coliform. Okay, in the well number 39, we could see total coliform but no fecal coliform. And also, there is a correlation between the presence of coliform and chloride ion concentration. Okay, so here the horizontal axis shows the number of irrigation well, and the vertical axis shows the concentration of total coliform, fecal coliform, and chloride ion. We could see wherever the chloride ion is having a higher concentration, there is presence of this coliform bacteria. Specifically, obviously total coliform and some fecal coliform. Now, this chloride ion could have anthropogenic sources. This is very important because what we have seen over there is leakage from sanitation peat and sewage line, which may contaminate the groundwater. As it is contaminating the groundwater, maybe the fecal coliforms or the other coliforms present in the sewage water, okay, they are actually getting transferred to the irrigation well water and contaminating the same. That's why there is a positive correlation between the concentration of chloride ion and the presence of coliform bacteria. Now, we have isolated this bacteria from one of the irrigation wells of Parari village. So, this bacteria is highly arsenic tolerant. Okay, in increasing concentration of arsenic up to when we have used 100 ppm of sodium arsenite, it could grow very easily. Even in 2000 ppm of sodium, in 1000 ppm, 1500 ppm, 2000 ppm of sodium arsenite also, this bacteria could grow very easily. And this is the electron microscope image, electron microscope image of this bacteria. So it is almost 1.2 micrometer in size, and we have called it DACW. based on the initials of our own name, and it gives round shaped white mucoid colonies in this kind of LB agar plates. Further, we have characterized this bacteria using 16S rDNA sequencing followed by detailed phylogenetic analysis. So this phylogenetic tree has been constructed by using the neighbor joining method, and the evolutionary distances were determined using Jukes contour method. What we could see, this DACW, the identity of this DACW is Enterobacter sp because it's the closest homologue strain NA11039. Okay, so finally we have isolated arsenic hypertolerant bacteria, which shows extreme tolerance to both arsenite as well as arsenate. And this is the growth curve of this bacteria. You could see that in 100 ppm, 500 and 1000 ppm of arsenic, it is hardly showing any kind of inhibition of growth. Okay, but in 2000 ppm, which is really a very high concentration, and that's almost nearing its minimum inhibitory concentration value as well. Okay, at that concentration, there is a slowdown of growth, but still it is growing at that high concentration also. This is in presence of arsenite. Now, arsenite is the most toxic form of arsenic because of its high solubility, mobility, and bioavailability. However, arsenate is comparatively 100 times less toxic. Also, this bacteria, since it's growing, this bacterium, since it's growing at such high concentration of arsenic, there could be a chance that it is either using arsenic for its metabolic purposes, and which is releasing energy. It's using arsenic to generate energy. So which is kind of a dissimilatory process, or it is assimilating arsenic within its cell, or there could be an interplay of both this dissimilatory and assimilatory processes. What we could see next is that this bacteria could biotransform arsenite into arsenate, the much less toxic form. And this is one step of bioremediation of arsenic. And this is actually a figure is shown in the LB agar plate, where we have cultured this bacteria and put in presence of sodium arsenite, obviously, and we have put silver nitrate. So this is the like turning brown. This is the colony which is now brown in color. It turned brown because of the formation of your silver arsenate. Okay, since it is converting arsenite to arsenate, okay, now this arsenate is reacting with the silver nitrate and forming this brown color columns. Now this ability of biotransformation could be further used for bioremediation of arsenic from groundwater, soil, or wastewater. So the results, they suggest that the groundwater is usually anoxic with high amount of dissolved redox elements, specifically arsenic and iron, but the iron concentration is much higher compared to the arsenic concentration. Now the second point of our result, which I haven't shown much in the data format, it's the high concentration of alkaline metals like calcium and magnesium along with high alkalinity suggests the carbonate dissolution is the most important mineral dissolution process in the shallow aquifer. Again, as we could see in the third result, the arsenic and iron, they have a positive correlation, and also high chloride ion concentration in some of the wells indicates towards local anthropogenic influence like leakage of sewage. The study also reveals the presence of microbial community like fecal coliform in the monitored irrigation wells with high chloride ion concentration. The presence of fecal coliform further confirms the role of anthropogenic activities like sanitation, open dumping, organic carbon source, and faulty construction of wells. Some irrigation wells with non-permissible concentration of arsenic, yeah, that's beyond the, which is the maximum permissible concentration by BIS and WHO, that is 10 ppb. Okay, some of the wells contain much more than that, And from there, we have isolated this arsenic hypertolerant bacteria, and we have characterized the same using 16S rDNA sequencing and phylogenetic analysis and scanning electron microscopy. And this turned out to be Enterobacter sp, which would basically biotransform arsenite into arsenate. So the basic conclusion of this study is that the influence of anthropogenic activity on natural processes, which increase the reducing environment of the shallow aquifer and also release arsenic in the groundwater. Now, this work is funded by 2 projects sanctioned by Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Both the projects are actually directed towards the bioremediation of arsenic from the arsenic infected soils of Nodia and Murshidabad district, as well as to provide a safe source of groundwater, which is also used for drinking purposes in those regions. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my work, and if there is any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek Basu, for sharing such an interesting presentation with us. Now, I would like to request participants to please put on your cameras and turn on your mics. And if you have any queries, any suggestions, you can just please.
May I?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. So it's a very nice starting point to characterize this kind of bacteria to evaluate in the future their potential application. For starting, is relevant to understand what is happening. But just for curiosity, what is the impact of these high quantities of metals on the plants that are growing? So they are accumulating these metals, and if they are accumulating, the levels are below or above the ones to the human consumption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful question. So the point is, like in West Bengal, India, and in many parts of India, the staple food crop is rice. And rice is one of the hyperaccumulators of heavy metal. And also, we know that during paddy cultivation, the agricultural field has to be waterlogged. Lots of West Bengal, where the arsenic concentration is very high, like Murshidabad, Nodia, etc. In waterlogged condition, under the waterlogged condition, the arsenic concentration in the water could be as high as 10 ppm. And since rice plants are very good accumulators of arsenic, there is a study by Rahman et al. And also a SOES report, School of Environmental Science, Jadavpur University report, which says that there is huge biomagnification of arsenic in rice. And if this is consumed by human, definitely there will be a biomagnification of arsenic within human, which is even shown by taking the nail and hair samples of residents of this particular arsenic infested area. And according to the concentration, I would like to say that 10 ppb, it is the maximum permissible limit proposed by Bureau of Indian Standards and US EPA, that is United States Environmental Protection Agency. Maximum it could be 50 ppb if there is no alternate source of water that is prescribed by WHO. But you could imagine that if it is like 10 ppm, so it's almost 1,000 times more. But now there is a government initiative, definitely cultivation in those kind of agricultural fields and consumption of water from those kind of irrigation wells are actually stopped by earmarking them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Now, if anyone have any questions, please ask. Dr. John, would you like to ask something? Okay, no. So let's just move on. Thank you, Dr. Basu, for sharing your presentation with us. Now, our next presenter is Jose Helano Matos Nogueira. He's in Superintendent of Research and Strategy in Public Security, Farias Vitro, University, Brazil. I would request everyone to please just go through his abstract. Now let's just see what Jose wants to share with us.
Hello, I will be the key speaker today. I will talking about science and technology applied to public security. This is my short biography, knowing a little bit more about the speaker, myself. As academic degree, I have postdoctorate at King's College London, doctorate at University of Liverpool, both in United Kingdom, and master and MBA in Brazil. As academic experience, I'm professor at Elizabeth University, High Technology College, at Superior College of Magistracy in Brazil, and former honorary lecturer at University of Liverpool. Professional experience, superintendent of research and strategy in public security in Ceará, state of Ceará, Brazil. I was former world director at Police Forensic at Interpol, in Interpol headquarters in France, and former head of scientific police unit at Brazilian Federal Police, and former police officer in criminal forensic, also in Brazil. Concluding this short biography, let's go to the main point of our talking today. How to use science in public security? This is the question. I will prove that it's possible to use science to prevent crimes and combat violence. But before, I need to talk about the scientific evidence. Definition: scientific evidence is the set of elements used to support or refute a hypothesis or theory according to the scientific method. Another thing to learn is scientific evidence is repeatable by other scientists in locations other than where it was originally collected. It's very important, this concept of scientific evidence, because it's the base to use science in public security. Continue about scientific evidence. I want to talk about examples. So, scientific evidence may vary by field of study and research. For us, in public security, we use mathematics, statistics, descriptive, inferential, spatial. We use also computer science, for example, artificial intelligence, big data, software engineering, geoprocessing, is used for georeferencing images and maps, and sociology. Sometimes you need to know about profile, victim and criminal profiles. So it's interesting that the evidence you have elements to go in a correct direction to combat the violence in any state or country. Another concept very important for us is the main point of our talk today. Is the evidence-based public security. Once I talked about evidence, scientific evidence before, now I need to give this explanation about the definition. What is evidence-based public security? It consists of the use of scientific evidence and scientific methods and technologies applied in the formulation of public security policies, guidelines, models, and strategies to prevent violence and reduce crimes. So this definition is very important for us because here you can see that you have science inside the process, inside the work done by police officers, for example. The objective of EBPS, evidence-based public security, is prevent violence, reduce crime, facilitate decision-making, effective and efficient management, and increase social legitimacy. The relevance of evidence-based public security. The first thing is innovation, because with evidence-based public security, you can have innovation with criminal indicators, static and dynamic business intelligence panels. You can use socioeconomic criminal maps. You can use criminal models, geospatial studies, automatized crime fighting technologies. All these things are aspects that can be used in public security, giving more innovation in the work of police officers or any operator in public security. The next slide, you have another interesting point concerning to the relevance of a BPS. Another thing is because you can do monitoring and evaluation through criminal indicators and model, hotspot analysis. I'll talk a little bit more about hotspots, and geospatial study. For example, you can have some indicators that any country can have. For example, intentional, lethal, violent crimes, including, for example, homicide, feminicide, bodily harm followed by death, and robbery followed by death. This group of intentional, lethal, violent crime can be measured, can be monitored and evaluated. So it's very important because the science can be used to this also. Another thing, you can have violent crimes against property, another kind of indicators, sexual crimes, seizures of narcotics, seizures of firearms. All of these examples are ways to monitor and evaluate the work of policies and public security organizations. Now, the relevance of BPS is applicability, obtained and interpreted according to the qualitative and quantitative scientific methods. You have also repetition by other public security agencies and police force in location other than where it was originally carried out. This is why it's replicable. And also you have possibility to implement in other cities, state, or country with similar challenge. So replicability is another point of relevance in our context in public security. Sustainability. Sustainability, as other points, relevant point in BPS, concerning, it means sustainability in our context, in our security policy context. Sustainability means rational use of human, financial, and material resource for each type of crime based on the days and time of the week with the highest incidence of each criminal event. Another point concerning to sustainability is strength public security policy based on scientific studies of criminal data, avoiding subjectivism or guessing. Now you have science, no guess anymore if you use evidence-based public security. Another point concerning to sustainability is action focus on criminal spots, also called as hotspots or heat maps for each type of crime. It's very interesting because the majority of crimes is concerned in a specific area of your location, in a specific area of your space. So you can use science, data, information to produce criminal sport, hotspot. I will show this in a few minutes. So it's very interesting, this question, to use hotspots to give sustainability of your rationality, of your decisions. Equity means that we will use BPS in a consistent data collection system, ensure a constant flow of reliable information, formulation of strategies, and transparency and accountability, arise the sense of security society. So this is why evidence-based public security promotes equity. Another point is answer the second question. The first question was, how can we use science inside the public security? I show some concepts and some fundamentals and definition. And now it's important how to use the technologies. Use the science and at the same time technology in the context of public security. So the first thing to know is that all sources of data collection are in the automatized system. For example, computer system, database, knowledge base, and big data. The data is there. The data is, you can find the data in the systems, automatized system. So you need to use this system with all data to produce more information. For example, you can use this data from this computerized, automatized system to produce, for example, criminal statistics. In criminal statistics, for example, you can produce technology concept static panel. For example, here in this slide, you can see some criminal indicators where the user, a police officer, or a citizen using this site as example, are using the site of our superintendency here in Brazil. For example, you can use intentional lethal violent crime as an indicator. If you click in this indicator, you can see all data concerning to this. I will show you in a few minutes what kind of information you can obtain clicking this indicator. But at this moment, I'd like to show you the main indicators, criminal indicators that we use here in Brazil. For example, intentional lethal violent crimes against property, theft, sale of narcotics, sexual crimes, sale of firearms, domestic violence. There's some indicators that you need to monitor and evaluate all the time. This is the kind of information you can obtain when you click, for example, this first example here, a person, a police officer, or a citizen that have access to our sites, is possible to see, for example, the evolution of this kind of crime, for example, homicides, month by month. You can see all the year of 2021. So you can see the evaluation, the graph about this. The graph also concerned to the day of the week that we have more or less kind of this crime. And you have also here, you have the graph, a graph concerned to the day of the week. We have more incidents concerned to this crime. Here you have the evaluation of month by month. Yeah, here you have the main hours where the crimes occurs. The same sense, for example, for other crime, you can use data and technology through static panel concerning, for example, another example, I'll give you only two examples here today. For example, violent crime against properties, including robberies without death. Because if you have death, this crime will be included in the other category that I presented before. So here you have the graph concerning month by month in 2021. the day of the week we have more or less incidents of this kind of crime. Here you have the time that this incident occurs more frequently. So with this information, a decision maker can use their resource in an effective way. Another technology innovation that I'd like to show you is the dynamic panel. The previous panel was the static panel. Why static? Why it is static? The last panel, static panel, because you can make the download only with PDF or Excel sheet. But here in dynamic panel, you can see that you can customize what you want. You have the main kinds of crimes. For example, you have in our site, you have, as example, a site that I am the superintendent of strategy in public security. You have a site and with her citizen and police officer can use and monitor or see how the evolution of this indicator. Here you have, for example, sexual crimes, seizure of firearms, seizure of narcotics, domestic violence, ILVC, that is intentional lethal violent crimes against property, VCP, theft, and feminicide. So if you click one of these crimes, for example, sexual crime, in this dynamic panel, you have here, you can customize the period that you want to see. Here is a BI, a business intelligence panel. Here you have the amount of crimes by years, by region. This is my state here in Brazil called Ceará. You can see if you have more color, more strong, means that you have more kinds of crime. For example, this point and this point, you can see that the red color is more stronger, so you have more sexual crimes in these two regions of my state, in Brazil. Here you have the evolution year by year by year, and month by month, and the same graph showing in a way of lines to see this evolution of this kind of crime that I use as an example. Here, the day of the week and the time with more occurrence of this kind of crime. So you can only select the type of crime that you want in the business intelligence panel, and you can customize what kind of information you want, or by region, clicking the map. If you click on the map, so this data show to change to show only the data concerned to that point that you click. For example, if I click in this region here, all this table, change the data that you have here. This is dynamic. This is why it's dynamic panel. Also, you can use maps, specific kind of maps. For example, in a technological way, it's important to have different maps to give opportunities to decision makers, give the correct action, the correct operation in the daily work. So maps, for example, you have here another kind of innovation. We have here territorial maps. So this is an example of my state. Is divided in 25 areas, small areas, to give more concentration of incidents. So this area have similarities and features, so you can aggregate this area to give a more focused combat to crimes and to prevent violence. So each region with different color here, you have a specific kind of repression against crimes. So as I told you before, for example, here in my state, Ceará, Brazil, you have 25 integrated area of public security. This is an interesting map to analyze. Or you can, for example, prepare maps, thematic maps, For example, you have here a thematic map according to density, populational density. For example, you have more inhabitants here. And you have more strong color, you have more inhabitants here. So in this map, the main area where you have more population, it's here. And you have right color because you don't have so much population compared with other areas where you have color in their limits. So this is a thematic map as a kind of technology that you can use to give, making and producing information in details to give more knowledge to operators of actions in public security. Another interesting thing I'd like to show you is another technology that we call here as alerts. Alerts means when, for example, you can create, using the data that you have, you can create alerts when the amount of crime goes more than, for example, 10%, 12%. So when you have, for this specific example here, when we have 10% increase of EVLC, intentional violent lethal crimes, using September 2022 as example, you can see that some regions have more crimes compared with the same period in the last year. That means I'm comparing the crimes in the period of 2022 compared with a period 2021. So you can see if in this comparison day by day you have some kind of increase. In this case, you can see here some cities here. Each line of this is a city, here is a territory, here is the macro region, that color region that I showed in the previous map. Here is the city, here is the year amount of crimes, in this case, for example, homicides, in the year 2021, and here in 2022. So you can see that you have some increase here, if you compare with this period. So it's an important thing to do. This alert is here for IVLC, but you can see alert for any kind of crime that you want. For example, another alert to show the operators in public security that you have some violent crime against property, or where you don't have death. If you don't have death, but have a crime against property, you can monitor and evaluate this crime. For example, here the same way you have the territory, here you have the integrated area of security here. Here you have the city. Here you have the amounts of this kind of crime, VCP, the year 2021, here in this column, in the year 2022. Here's the percentile. You have increase of the crime in this specific city here. Another kind of innovation that I'd like to show with you are the hotspot or criminal spot. For me, this is one of the main points to show you. For example, here you have the map of a city called Fortaleza. It is the capital of Ceará in Brazil. And you have red color, so you have more concentrated crimes here. This is the shape of the map, any kind of this color map. In yellow, you have amounts of crime. In this case, we are analyzing IVLC, intentional violent lethal crime. So you can see the point here, here in red, are points where you have some kinds of violent crimes, for example, as homicide. And you can expand this and show, for example, in a more appropriate way, show the hotspots, the heat map. So Here you have a micro territory where there you have the IVLC crime, and here it is the hotspot. The hotspot is here. Some points here are crimes, and there is more concentrated in these streets, in this micro territory. Here you have the day of week where you have more of this kind, the day of week. Here, the time of week that you have more lethal crime here. So it's very important. Why? Because here you have the hotspot, the heat map. You have the space, the place where the crime occurs more frequently, the day of week, and the time. So if I give to police operators this information, it's very important because they can make operation strategies in the field of public security. Here you have, if you have a lot of action in a micro territory in that hotspot, this hotspot can migrate from one point to another point. So here you have another technology that you can see the displacement of the hotspots. So according to the time, for example, year by year, 2012, 13, 14, 16, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. So you can see the hotspot displacement in a map that you can see here. For example, this is the same place. However, you can see that the hotspot, the heat map, for example, with red color more strong, we have more crime. That some crime are migrating from this point to this point. Some hotspots are decreasing. This is good because if it's decreasing the hotspot, means that the police actions are effective. Continuing. For example, another crime fight technology. This is what can I do with the data. Now you can create automatized system, computer system to produce a lot of information in technology. For example, we use artificial intelligence, business intelligence, big data, data science, spatial statistics, geoprocessing. All of this, I will show you some technology that we develop here. This technology was developed here in the Public Security Secretariat in Ceará, Brazil, and in the Superintendent of Strategy in Public Security. So I will show you now some of this technology. For example, this is the Intelligent Video Surveillance System. It's a system to identify motor vehicles that have been used in criminal practice or that have a connection with someone in conflict with the law using interactive maps, images, icons, and various information available to user. Here you can see the screen, a big screen, and the operator can see here more than 4,000 cameras in all states of Ceará. You can see here, and the system can monitor these vehicles. Cerebro as a kind of big data is a platform with business intelligence that integrates several databases and knowledge base to support strategic decisions on public security. So, if you put a name of a person or some identification of a person, you can extract all information through, in this case, you have 18 bases. You can put the name, you can extract information about that person or individual offender consulting 18 bases. This is the big data set. Another technology is the technological system for territorial monitoring security units called Status. Status work on the prevention and repression of violence with focus on the space-time dimension. That means hotspot. This is the tools, automatized tools, that creates the hotspot that I showed you before. The hotspots directing actions to the micro-territories that vary according to the type of crime, day of the week, and time of the day. So it's in my opinion, it's one of the best technology that you have here to show in public security, developed in our research and strategic superintendence. Another technology you have record of tactical operations and security actions, ROTAS. It's a technology using an automatized system that works on monitoring and controlling all public security vehicles. The system has several functionalities, such as the presentation of the tracked vehicles and real-time visualization of each occurrence on a map, electronic fencing, and dynamic and statistical reports. So this information is to monitor the police vehicles or public security vehicles. You can see in real time where these vehicles are in each moment. Another technology that I'd like to show you is the Advanced Command Portal. It's a multifunctional advanced command and control application for mobile device such as cell phone. So the police officer can have in his hand, in a mobile, you can search, for example, about offender. You say information about personal information, about the criminal information, about the vehicle. You have the police officer have in their hands all kind of information consulting our databases. You give mobility to police officers to work. Another technology that I like to show you is the Operational Due Reference System, SIGO. SIGO is a system with the specialization of fire brigades units and fire hydrants, enabling the ideal routing for accidents and fire hydrants, including information on current traffic. This is a tool, this is a computer system developed to be used by fire brigade. So I'm almost finished my presentation. So thank you very much. You can see that you show how science and technology can be used in public security in an effective way. Thank you very much. These are my contacts. So, till the next.
Thank you, Jose Helano, for such a wonderful presentation. If anyone have any questions, please just put your questions in our chat box. Now, let's just move on our next presenter. So our next presenter is Akshita Bakshi. She's from Department of Psychology, Calcutta University, Greater Noida, India. And her today's topic is, shall I stay and try harder or leave? A phenomenological study to understand the experience of perceived fading of affection in dating relationships. I request everyone just go through her abstract. Okay, now let's just see what Akshita wants to share with us.
Good morning, everyone. I am Akshita Bakshi, currently pursuing PhD from Calcutta University.
The topic of my research is Shall I Stay and Try Harder or Leave? A phenomenological study to understand the experience of perceived fading of affection in dating relationships. We all at one point in our life must have heard or seen somewhere that as a relationship being described as it is not like before or that we have lost the spark. This very feeling becomes the catalyst for a stronger or a weaker bond. It also speaks a lot about the foundation of the relationship and the way relationship was maintained. Therefore, I decided to study this very phenomena of perceived fading of affection over the course of the relationship by incorporating the focus on relationship dynamics such as initial alignment, the roles, the patterns, the themes, individual characteristics, and adapted coping mechanism which are used to revive the love that people once used to have. The problem statement. It is important to note that historically relationships were not looked at the way it is looked at in the modern society, and India is no exception to it. The relationship is talked about and looked upon differently than before, which has unfortunately brought the significant shift in today's relationship as to how broken and dependent people are becoming over suffering of connection and self. Many therapists has also highlighted that the lack of loving feeling, minimizing the detachment single-handedly through certain strategies, are the major reasons that couples come in for counseling sessions or individuals come in for therapy. One of the studies also highlighted that 70% of people out of 6,700 samples believe that they're not good enough for anybody to be loved. Out of which 42% of people also had an intense desire to be liked by someone, etc. Therefore, the statement of the problem was dating processes has become more emotionally daunting and complex over time with prolonged suffering, loneliness, and emotional despair. Forming connections are becoming complicated. It is important to observe the shift in today's relationship, how broken and dependent people become after suffering the loss of self and connection. Trauma bonding is being confused with love. Self-abandonment is considered as a token of affection. Self-awareness is ignored, and gradually, ingratitude is becoming the foundation of relationships. Even though relationship researchers have focused upon individual components, we focus on interplay of these components in relationship dynamics and go beyond the what of the relationship problems. Moreover, we try to capture the participants' perceptions and experience of this phenomena as it has been understudied in empirical literature. The aims and objectives of this study was to understand how people experience the fading of affection over a period of time and simultaneously cope with the same. To understand the reasons, reactions, and consequences of the studied experience, to find out the phenomena of going beyond the end of honeymoon phase, to understand the patterns leading towards healthy and unhealthy relationship, to focus on the evolution of feelings, behavior, and thoughts over the period of time, to understand the pathway that sets the foundation and the structure of the relationship as a whole. This section of my presentation is based on methodology. I use phenomenological research as my as my approach. I adopted the phenomenological research for my study as I wanted to explore the stories of people containing emotional and behavioral aspects. Phenomenology is also used to examine the lived experiences of the subjects to find the common meaning within the phenomena. Hence, it was best suited for my research. The systematic literature review was conducted to have an existing knowledge base to understand the current patterns, themes, and theories based on affection, love, and modern relationship patterns. Then a purposive snowball technique, snowball sampling was done by targeting the group of people who have experienced fading affection. Then interviews were conducted, semi-structured interviews were conducted for 1.5 hours each. Informant feedback was conducted throughout the interview process to have a validation on the information that I was analyzing. It was done by paraphrasing the essence of what participants shared to validate the information and helped in judging the accuracy of it. It was also made sure that the participant and I were on the same page with the conclusions being drawn from the information they were sharing through member checks, that is informant feedbacks. The data analysis using content analysis, I used a four-step process: decontextualization, recontextualization, categorization, and compilation. After the interviews were conducted, the recordings were transcribed for each individual. From the transcribed data, I sieved through the most important part of the responses, after which the aim was to categorize the responses as feelings, behaviors, and thoughts, as we were focusing on all three in our study, like over the course of the relationship. To analyze the responses, I tried to find out which response fit the best under which category of feelings and behaviors. Thoughts were separately noted down for each individual, as I decided to do binary coding and plotting for specifically two aspects: feelings and behavior. We wanted to see how the responses under feelings and behavior evolve and are correlated over the period of time. The next section of my research is results and discussion. Obtain data categorization. The total participants I had were 15, out of which unhealthy relationships were 11, and 4 participants were from healthy relationships. The factors of interpretations were dynamics, evolution of feelings and behavior over the course of the relationship, and displayed coping mechanism. The ideal affection standards. The first question of the research was direct, which was what are the ideal affection standards ideal standards of affection that people hold, for which I got 15 common responses, under which there were many similar responses. So these are the umbrella terms for many other responses which fits under the category. For example, consistency. There were 15 of the total ideal affection that were consistency, shared interest, emotional availability, support, feeling wanted, touch, spontaneity, active listening, presence, attentiveness, thoughtful gestures, vulnerability, trust and commitment, acknowledgement, power, influence, and communication. So the expected affection discrepancy. When it was asked for them to rate how important it is for their partners to show affection towards them, most of the participants rated 2, 3, or 4, which belongs to low to high importance. The participants' justification of the scores were that high standards are futile, it reinforces possessiveness, it is bound to bring disappointment, it is too cliche, clingy, and needy to have expectations, and can adjust to the just enough affection. The factors that were responsible were fear-based love and narratives. Like, for example, choosing false self over the real self due to past relationships and childhood attachment wounds. Narratives such as I am not good enough or I need to earn my love, etc. The intense need of feeling wanted was more important than the feeling of unwantedness. Convincing partners to choose them via pretense, that is, believing that they need to be somebody in order to be liked and deserving of love, which also encouraged them to hold back their real self. Then lack of self-awareness and self-worth. There were few participants who did rated high importance. Most of them belonged to the healthy relationship group, but there were some who also belonged to which were very few, which also belonged to the unhealthy relationship group. People who belong to the unhealthy relationship group did contradicted their own standards of affection over the period of time, which means that every participant, irrespective of the type of relationship, was aware what is right for them and what they really deserve, but worthiness, attachment wounds kept them stuck in the cycle of less than. People who justified their rating as 5, they justified it with the reasons as important to generate safety within relationship, increases alignment, sets the tone of the relationship, it enables healthy give and take and motivation to invest. The factors responsible were, for healthy group majorly, self-awareness, context of the words needy and validation, vulnerability, healthy communication, reality was greater than potential, love as growth, and co-creating safety. Discussing further results for specifically unhealthy relationships. evolution of feeling over the period of time. It is divided into initial phase, intermediate phase, and middle phase. This slide reflects the feelings over the course of the relationship. Each feeling mentioned here is an umbrella feeling under which several common responses by the participants were placed. Even though the responses were different, based on the experiences of several events, it all led to the common meaning with the same underlying feeling. Some feelings were defined across the spectrum, such as comfort, which you can see in the initial phase. Comfort, by analyzing that response, it led us to 5 different ways of expressing the feeling of comfort and the meaning of it. The expression of the feeling was in the form of a state of contentment, similar ideologies, easy to be with, humor, and a sigh of relief. All the positive feelings in the initial phase were positive and the perfect idealized version of what the participants wanted, which quickly turned into, within the gap of 6 to 8 months of the relationship, into the hardest of emotions they ever imagined. By the end phase, all the participants in the unhealthy relationship went out of love, were disillusioned, and had an out of love experience, like a quick deterioration. It was interesting to see how, for people in unhealthy relationship, the disillusionment process were much delayed. It was like after a year or plus, and for healthy relationship, it happened within 6 months, which we will cover in the later slides. This is a description, this is an illustration of how people experience these feelings over the course of time. Initial positive feelings. These are this graph is based on initial positive feelings. As it can be seen, every positive feeling were at its peak, following with a sudden extreme drops by the middle phase, that is T2. The feeling of positivity by the end phase started to went up the graph a little because of detachment, a shift in focus towards self-care, and shattered fantasies, which led to detachment and deterioration. And the acceptance that this relationship is not turning into forever. Hence, shattering the illusions and fantasies. Similarly, this graph reflects the negative feeling over the course of the relationship. It was observed that during the initial phase, there were existing feelings of worthiness, fear of vulnerability, or fear of abandonment and imbalance. But they were suppressed due to the ecstatic feeling of being in love and turning a blind eye towards any negative thought towards a relationship. Everything was denied until these suppressed feelings came on the surface, when the affection was withdrawn from them and they perceived change as a threat. This led to even harder emotions such as emotional exhaustion, emotional deprivation, loss of sense of self, etc. Evolution of behavior over the course of relationship. These are the partner's behavior. The initial and intermediate are the partner's behavior on which the feelings of the participants were heavily dependent. The initial phase had every possible affectionate communication through actions that the participants dreamed of. As many participants called it a dream come true, they never knew they could be loved just as their partners were loving them, or that they could be seen for who they are. Once the commitment was secured and participants were all in, that is, they were over-functioning, over-gaming, and over-committed, that kept their partners on pedestals, things started taking a change, which are listed in the intermediate phase. The end phase in this covers basically the coping mechanism, which were also the participants' behavior throughout the phases of the relationship. The next slide focuses on the positive behavior over the period of time. It can be seen that the positive actions were at a satisfactory or a just good enough level based on participants' responses towards the partner's actions. Like how much effort they need to make was dependent on participants' responses. Every positive feeling shifted to the base of the graph due to the change in their behavior. As I mentioned before, the positive behavior from the initial phase, because they realize the pursuit is not being done anymore, the graph shows how the behavior started to pick up the numbers by the end phase. This is the intermediate phase. Basically, the intermediate phase, the major responses were covered under these 4 main behaviors. Even though these actions, as you can see, were observed by the participants in the middle phase, they did existed before, to which the feelings of love and joy became the reason to avoid and deny. Some justified saying that maybe I'm overthinking it, or it's just their way of showing love. Their controlling efforts were seen as caring gestures, and so on. The coping strategies. Emotional drama. The participants used these 3 coping strategies. Emotional drama included protesting behavior, testing behavior, passive aggression. Second, persistent self-betrayal, which was sacrificing needs, wants, or interests, downplaying hurtful actions, absence of self-care, rejecting vulnerability, holding on to despite mistreatment, confusion, fear of losing attachment, accepting to settle for bare minimum, and fantasy bubble burst. This is a illustration of the coping mechanism. These unhealthy coping mechanisms did existed in the beginning, which reflects participant was built on fear, authenticity, and intention of getting their needs met, or feeling loved, safe, seen, heard, or validated. As most of the individuals' responses did reflected that they loved themselves as much as their partner made them feel loved, and nothing more than that. Changes in perception throughout the relationship phases due to the receiving affection and secured shift in perception towards their worthiness, moments of connection, moments of disconnection. It all shifted from I am good enough to I'm not good enough. I am important to I'm unimportant. I want to grow as an individual. I don't deserve growth. Similar for partner. My partner listens to me, my partner empathizes with me, expresses love, which shifted to disillusionment. They are not who we thought they are capable of, or the person we initially loved. In relationship, this relationship is permanent, led to this relationship. Intermediate phase of the relationship is more of denying the reality. That is why the statements like, I want to cling on to this relationship as it has a future, which led to the end phase. I can't give this relationship any more chances. The salient findings. Even though there were no specific stages or process mentioned by the participants in the experiencing of fading affection through their partner, the essence from the participants' responses indicates few consistent patterns that were common in developing a pathway. Patterns among participants were intense attachment, focus on fulfillment of the needs, total mental capture, that is crystallization, where you where you avoid rejection at all costs, deterioration, and which led to limerence love. This is a pattern of limerence love. Then a pattern among participants' partner were that of trauma bond based on participants' responses, excessive showering of love, gaining of trust, increased criticism, gaslighting. Cycle of limerence love showered on a toxic partner. This was one of the this was one of the most important finding, as it reflects the whole cycle of limerence love and toxic partner and how they're stuck in that cycle. People attachment wounds are basically the people carrying the memories of childhood, emotional neglect, and weight of those ego stories into adult relationship, which suffer the constant fear of being neglected or abandoned when it comes to perceived insecurity in relationships. So as you can see, attachment wounds lead to meet a partner who is emotionally abusive, intense euphoria, love bombing, trust and dependence are built, crystallization, partner shuts down, needs, wants, criticism, gaslighting was the way through which they shut down their their partner's needs and wants. Self-blame, attempts to be good enough, alternative kind acts and act of rejection, which are consistent throughout, cognitive dissonance and excuses, hyper-vigilant searching for clues, finding hidden meaning to feel worthy, lack of consistency and emotional safety, resigned to control and lost sense of self, disillusionment, deterioration, mutual emotional detachment and withdrawal, and waiting for the partner to break off the relationship. It was interesting to note how participants could not get out of the relationship, let go of it, or break up, but they waited for their partners to do that. This was another very interesting finding, which was pathway of experiencing partners' fading of affection. This dimension contains the factors pertaining to participants that might have contributed to the intense experience of fading affection. What participants brought to the relationship: minimizing, denying early relationship problems, low affection, higher commitment, which means as the affection decreased from partner, the participants' commitment increased. enduring the betrayal of trust, efforts to fix partner relationship, resigning to control, loss of sense of self, shattering of illusion and fantasies, last-ditch efforts to seek affection, lost passion out of love, holding on to elusive hope, and self-care. This was a pattern and the stages in which the participants contributed towards the relationship dynamic. Then comes emotional struggle, cognitive dissonance, incompatible coexisting emotions, love, hate, fear, success, loved, unloved, which kept them very disoriented and confused, lost individuality, loneliness, isolation, hard emotions such as frustration, anger, resentment, contempt. Pathway towards building weak relationship foundation, other relationship dynamics. These are the themes that were found, which also shows the foundation of the dysfunctional relationship. That is, tolerating the unhealthy behavioral actions, the desire to be chosen, realizations and wishful thinking, fear of not being good enough, acceptance and decision after disillusionment, falling out of love with the version or idea of my partner, coping and consequences, reconnecting with self and expression of emotion. These further slides focus on the comparisons with healthy relationships. As you can see, primary feelings and behavior were that of co-creating safety, vulnerability, stability and balance, emotional validation, mutual presence and work, which were not present in unhealthy dynamics. Participants' feelings and partners' behavior over the period of time. Patterns among participants and partners. It was important to note that among healthy relationships, the patterns were very much similar between both of the couple members. That is, intense love and getting serious, disillusionment, personal insecurities, conflict management as team, deepening bonding, and enduring love. The fading affection and coping. Disillusionment did happen in healthy relationships as well, where they felt the relationship isn't like before, my partner is changing. The difference in dealing lied in its coping. The unhealthy relationship relied on vulnerable space, creating emotional drama, self-betrayal, holding on to despite mistreatment, whereas among healthy group, they relied more on having difficult conversations, having a healthy communication and personal growth, as well as honoring the other person's needs. These are the changes that you can see. For example, sudden change once committed was secured in unfolding the management in unhealthy relationships. In this gradual change due to disillusionment, which was a part of healthy relationship. Expressing relationship challenges were met with disregard and manipulation. Expressing relationship challenges were met with mutual emotional expression, listening, accountability, and change. In this, we can see that the participants' feelings and partners' behavior. For example, in the first graph, you can see that the unhealthy conflicts were not present, then they became present in the middle phase, and then they became not present. Lack of efforts. Even though there was a lack of efforts, shows the increase in number in the graph. There was not a negative connotation towards it from the participants. They took it as something that we both understand each other now, that the context has change of efforts for them and they are ready to move on along with the changes. Similarly, in this, it can be seen that vulnerability did started to take an unhealthy turn by the middle phase due to factors such as mistakes, conflicts, insecurities, not able to find middle ground, blaming, etc. But due to teamwork and building trust, the ways of being with them, there was emotional validation, reassurances, etc., which showed that there was ownership, honor, and autonomy. It was believed that by gaining a better understanding of the roles, dynamics, and components that are prevalent in trauma bonds, it would be possible to expand the research knowledge that would benefit the individual, society, and relationship as a whole. Hence, this slide is dedicated to interventions. For individuals entering relationship, Work towards being happy, whole individual, building a healthy guide to relationship, a plan to fix your mate or believing things will get better should never be assumed. Focus on growth and change as relationship and people evolve, combining logic with emotion, listening to intuition, being real with self, paying attention, know the difference between bending and breaking. For professionals to implement education for young adults regarding healthy romantic relationships and elements important for enduring and satisfying long-term relationships. For mental health workers, know your client, encourage individual couple therapy, focus on additional emotional concerns along with main issue. Discuss and assess the client's past and how it can affect their mate selection choices. If there are concerns of insecure attachment, work on reducing negative reactions which are detrimental to the fulfilling relationships. Dialectal behavior therapy can be used, or ensuring positive self-repair skills. Skill building, including behavior modification and communication skills, are highly recommended to put a barrier between love turning into toxic relationships. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to present my work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Akshita. That was a lovely presentation. And thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Would you like to put some suggestions, or would you like to say something?
I would just like to say that it was really a good opportunity to present the work, and I'm happy to answer if there are any questions from anybody regarding the whole presentation.
So I've written my question down below. On the x-axis of your graphs, you had time intervals. Were they years, and were they? Is this how your participants recalled what happened, or did you interview them serially?
Okay, so the T1, T2, T3, basically the time intervals were T1 denoted the initial phase of the relationship, T2 was the middle, and T3 was the end or the present phase. This was not based on on years, like the T1 was not first year, but it was basically how the participants, so the questions were framed as such that initial phase of the relationship, the intermediate phase, and the end phase. That's how the questioning was done. So based on which the initial, middle, and the end phase was differentiated. There were many relationships which there was not a consistency in how long the relationship was for every individual. Hence, it was difficult for us to find a common ground. But for the initial phase, such as 8 months to 9 months, were the minimum was the maximum for people to shift to the intermediate phase when the change started, when they started to feel the fading of affection. And then after few months, it ended towards the end phase. So to answer your question, it was based on how the participants recalled their phases of the relationship. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, John, for sharing your concern. Anyone wants to ask something to Ishika? Sorry, Akshita. Okay, now let's just move on to our presentation. So thank you, Akshita, for your presentation.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Now, our next participant is Rifa Al-Khatani. She's from College of Applied Medical Science in Jubail, Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, Jubail City, Saudi Arabia. And her topic is the journal impact of self-stigma of mental illness on adult patients with depressive disorders. a systematic review. I just request everyone to please go through her abstract. I request Rehav to please present. To please turn on your camera.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, we are able to see your screen.
Oh, perfect. Just okay. Hello, everyone. Hello again. I think I'm the last presenter for today, so I hope you enjoy the presentation, and I will present it live. It's not recorded. I'm just graduated from the University of Nottingham. I'm working in the College of Applied Medical Science in Jubail. So now I'm a lecturer in nursing mental health. I did this research paper with the help with Dr. Alan Pringle. He's a professor in nursing mental health. So today I will present my research paper, which is about the general impact of self-stigma of mental illness on adult patients with depressive disorders. It is a systematic review. Okay, starting first with a background. Depression affects negatively on the patient by diminishing their quality of life, such as schooling, occupation, and social relationship. According to the WHO in 2017, they placed depression as the largest contributor to global disability. And along with the depression or any mental illness, it comes with stigma, the mental illness stigma. So mental illness stigma has appeared as a recognized barrier, leading to cause an obstacle in seeking professional help and maintaining therapy compliance. Moreover, stigma is identified as one of the main factors associated with depression, which is the second most common mental illness. And if you wonder about the first, it is anxiety. According to Brown in 2011, 1 out of every 5 patients diagnosed with depression has experienced moderate to high self-stigma. So, the deterioration of mental health outcomes has been strongly associated with the stigma of mental illness and especially with self-stigma. So here's the aim of my study. The main aim, this systematic review designed to identify and investigate the impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depression. The objectives: first, identify the impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depressive disorder, compare the level of self-stigma in depression to self-stigma of other common mental illness, understand the influence of culture on the self-stigma of depression, and understand the formation of the self-stigma of depression. So the rationale and justification of this systematic review. During my own search, I found that most of the published research related to the self-stigma are focusing on the public stigma that I have mentioned earlier, which is the thoughts of the public toward the psychiatric patient. But there's a few studies investigating the self-stigma that the patient experienced and suffered, which is originate and stem from the patient, him or herself. So the published research in the field of self-stigma of depression is still limited to studies concerning testing, examining the scales of self-stigma and studying the relationship between depression and self-stigma. And a few of published studies have addressed the impact of self-stigma on patients with depression. Public stigma is more researched than self-stigma, and self-stigma is discussed more in patients with schizophrenia than in patients with depression. The impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depression was barely covered and discussed. The author of this review however, found some studies focused on effect of self-stigma on mental illness in general without specifying a particular mental illness such as depressive disorders. Therefore, this study considered investigating the impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depression. So the methodology of this systematic review, the research question for the review was as follows. What is the general impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depressive disorder? So I didn't use the most common question framework, PICO. I used PEO, which is more suitable and appropriate for my systematic review, because here I'm examining exposure, cause and exposure. So I follow the PEO. P stands for population, E exposure, O outcome. So P is adult patient with depression disorder, E exposure, self-stigma of mental illness, O the general impact on patient life. So the population was, as I said, adult patient with depression, exposure is self-stigma, context. This review target global studies, a study from anywhere in the world. So I'm not specified in a specific region of the world. The year of publication, it is from 2016 and onward. Study language is English only. Type of study is observational study. The search procedure initially started in February 2022 from this year and ended in June. The database utilized were limited to Medline, Senhill, and Embase. The suggested search strategy of the three-phase process by the Joanna Biggs Institute was adopted for this review. And for this review, I follow a narrative synthesis systematic review. So the search process resulted in the identification of 302 studies. As you see here in the graph, 302 studies, 36 relevant and 266 is not relevant, so I excluded from the beginning. So I applied the inclusion criteria that I have that I have discussed the slide before, and 8 studies included and 28 studies excluded for multiple reasons, but they didn't meet the inclusion criteria. And if you might wonder why the systematic review, it's 8 studies, you might think it is a less number than usual. It is because as I have mentioned, the topic of self-stigma, it's not discovered in depression. It's not discovered a lot. So most of the studies are limited to self-stigma and depression. And also I searched for recent studies. So it is from 2016 and above, and it wasn't easy to find these 8 studies. Here's the characteristics of the included studies that I have included, I mean the 8 studies. I have 3 studies from Europe, from the Czech, and 2 from the Middle East, 1 study from Jordan and 1 study from Israel, 3 from Asia, 1 from Japan, and 2 from India. So the total is 783 participants were diagnosed with depression, and the 783, it's mixed between male and female, and all the studies are cross-sectional studies. And there is maybe another reason that this topic, it is just recently being studied, that most of the studies are cross-sectional, and cross-sectional studies usually used when there is a subject discovered for the first time. So that's why the cross-sectional studies, the included studies are all cross-sectional studies. So coming to the result, and here's my results. All the included studies assist and address the impact of self-stigma on adult patients with depression. The impact was found to lower 3 aspects of participants' life and personality, affecting the quality of life, worthiness, and self-esteem. The quality of life and self-worthiness were negatively influenced by self-stigma of depression. Self-esteem varied slightly. Some studies claimed that self-stigma led to low self-esteem, and a single study stated that depression in isolation could lead to lower self-esteem without the presence of the self-stigma. Regarding the self-stigma comparison, as one of the study objective is to compare the level of self-stigma between depression and other mental illness. So most of the included studies found that schizophrenic patients showed higher level of self-stigmatization. However, an individual study indicated that patients with borderline personality disorder have higher level of self-stigma, followed by schizophrenia, then depression. Nevertheless, depressive disorder reported higher levels of patient self-blame and self-stigma resistance. And here's all the findings, but here I'm highlighting the most important. Here, 3 studies agreed that depression self-stigma has general negative impact on the quality of life. And also 3 studies, depression self-stigma has remarkable negative impact on social life and social relations. So it is negatively affecting the social life of the patients. Here, 3 studies agreed patients with depression self-stigma reported negative stereotype due to their mental illness, which led to poor functioning in their lives. 2 studies, patients with depression tend to hide their mental illness due to their feelings of shame and self-stigmatization. First category, I discussed the impact of self-stigma on quality of life. The second category, I discussed about the impact of self-stigma on the self-esteem. Lower levels of self-esteem were significantly associated with depression, self-stigma. And the third category, it is the impact of self-stigma of depression on the self-worthiness. There's one study stated that 76% of participants with depression reported anticipated discrimination and stopped themselves in at least one life domain. So the patient will anticipate the discrimination from others, and they will stop themselves from the life opportunities, for example, getting a job or getting an offer in the university. Patients with depression reported self-blame for their mental illness. And here in the fourth and last domain, it is comparing the level of depression self-stigma with other mental illness, and patient with there's 2 studies stated that patient with schizophrenia stigmatize themselves more than patient with depression, and this will be clarified more in the discussion part. So here's the discussion. In general, internalized stigma led to lower quality of life regardless of the type of mental illness. Further, there is a fact that being a person who sought or who seeks psychiatric help could develop a negative self-image, and being hospitalized also will develop a negative self-image. As deduced from this review, the hospitalized patient reported higher levels of internalized or self-stigmatization, which is accordingly exposed the patient to the consequences of self-stigma, such as poor quality of life. Anticipating discrimination is reported in this review as a behavior observed by patients with depression who are identified to have self-stigma of depression. This behavior will encourage patients to hide their mental illness to prevent discrimination. Concealing mental illness by psychiatric patients is known as stigma disclosure, self-stigma disclosure, and often appears with self-stigma of mental illness. This review showed that stigma disclosure is common in the depressive disorders. Patients with depression tend to hide their mental illness due to their feelings of shame and self-stigmatization, which create challenges and burdens for the patient while they try to cope with their lives and hide their mental disability. In regard to the self-esteem, a study conducted in 2008 reported high level of self-esteem and self-stigmatization. In self-stigmatized patients who received peer support. Furthermore, family and peer support played a significant role in reducing self-stigma. Our colleague here in the conference, George, he has mentioned the family and peer support played a significant role in reducing, improving mental well-being. So here, the family and peer support played a significant role in reducing self-stigma. The current review showed high levels of self-stigmatization among patients with depression who lived with their unsupportive parents in Asia and in the Middle East. In my study, I have 3 studies from Jordan, India, and Japan. These three studies from Asia and from the Middle East, the patient has reported high level of self-stigmatization. It is because of the poor family support. So here I'm emphasizing on the good family support and how it is affecting the mental well-being for the patient. A recent review conducted in 2021 aimed to investigate frequency of mental illness, self-stigma in different cultural and geographical area. The study found that the highest frequency was in Southeast Asia by 39% and the Middle East by 39% also. Mental health problems are often neglected and hidden in Asian culture because admitting mental illness is usually associated with shame, stigmatization, and lack of family support. Furthermore, a study conducted in 2018 emphasized that the impact of self-stigma of depression between Christian and non-Christian participants diagnosed with depression. So the study showed an increased level of self-stigma in the Christian group, which reveals that religious and cultural belief impacted the self-stigma of depression. In this review, the level of self-stigma was altered among mental illnesses. This increased self-stigmatization in schizophrenia could be due to the evident influence of the public stigma on patients with psychotic disorders. According to Elson et al. 2013, the public considered psychotic patient more dangerous and aggressive. When I talk about psychotic patient, I mean patient with psychosis with hallucination. So schizophrenia is characterized by hallucination and delusions, which are obvious symptoms that easily produce public stigma. Unlike non-psychotic disorders, such as depression and borderline personality disorder. Therefore, the effect of public stigma will extend to disturbed self-perception, which will result in high level of internalized stigma. So also here, the public stigma is affecting the self-stigma. As we can see here, schizophrenic, from this review, we discovered that the schizophrenic patient experienced high level of self-stigma, more than the patient with the depression. It's because of the public stigma. The public stigma, it is higher in schizophrenic patient than in patient with depression or non-psychotic patient. Coming to the strength and limitation of this review, I'm showing and displaying the limitation of this review because I really want to encourage any one of the audience, if they want to do research in this area, or if they are interested in the mental health, to look to the self-stigma and mental illness self-stigma, and just look to the strength and limitation that I have faced that you might overcome. So when you do your own research paper. So here's the strengths of my review. All the studies were cross-sectional and appropriate to investigate exposure and outcome review. The included studies were recent. So it is 2016 and onward. Limitations, cross-sectional studies are prone to some bias, and this is I have faced. There is a lack of research about the impact of self-stigma on patients with depression. Gender ratio of participant was varied in most of the study's samples. The study has a broad inclusion criteria, so the study settings were not specified. So I suggest that if you want to investigate the self-stigma of depression, you need to specify the settings. From the review, I just discovered that patients who get hospitalized, they are self-stigmatized themselves more from the patient who just seek the outpatient clinic. And also, I recommended, if you can, split between the genders. So do a study only for female and a study only for male. It's because the female are getting more self-stigmatized than the male, and this will cause a bias to your study. And here is the research recommendation or the clinical implication. First, generate more systematic review in order to improve the policy. and change in any settings of the clinical settings. For example, if you want to, especially for the Asian culture, if you want to create a self-stigma scale, especially for your culture, because I know there is some complicated culture, their scales, for example, if there's a scale done in United Kingdom, it will not fit in Asian country. So we need to create our own skills based on our own standard, our culture standards. So generate more systematic reviews in order to improve the policy. Second, consider the limitation of this review. Produce more observational studies rather than cross-sectional studies. Explore the impact of self-stigma depending on each subtype of depression. 5, publish systematic review of studies using the same scale of for self-stigma. And 6, published further studies in Africa, Australia, and United States due to the lack of recent publications regarding the impact of self-stigma of depression, because this review didn't cover any research paper from Africa, Australia, and United States. There is papers talking about self-stigma, mental illness self-stigma in these countries, but they are not recent. Here's the clinical implications. First, mental health nurses. I'm coming from a nursing background. I worked in the nursing field and I also worked in the academic field. So the implications here will be mixed from between the clinical settings and the academic settings. So first, mental health nurses conduct educational sessions to introduce the mental health team to the impact of self-stigma of depression and how to deal with patients having self-stigma of depression and how to discover the self-stigma of depression. Mental health nursing managers develop educational and assessment programs to train the nurses using specific skills for SSD, self-stigma of depression. The programs could be used as a clinical competency for the nurses once they join recently the psychiatric unit. Here, implication and clinical implication for the community, organize community awareness campaign to educate the community about the negative public stigma of mental illness and its relation to self-stigma. For implication is academic field nursing colleges include the topic of self-stigma and mental illness in the undergraduate curriculums for nursing mental health courses. Take-home message. So here's my message to you. Healthcare providers must pay attention to the thoughts and feelings of psychiatric patients, since it found from this review that the patient's view of him or herself is contributing to decreasing the quality of life of the patient. Healthcare providers should put in mind the culture differences which led to increase the self-stigmatization, and later on it will lead to reduce the quality of life of the patients. Thank you. Let me know if you have any question.
Thank you, Rifa. That was a lovely presentation. I request everyone, if you have any questions, you may please ask to Rifa.
I think it was a great piece of work. Well done. I've written my question there, and I imagine, Rifa, you read a huge number of papers, and you know, did you come across anything linking self-stigma to denial, and therefore is it always a bad thing? You know, there's a view in psychiatry amongst some psychiatrists that denial is like the part of the mind's immune system and isn't always a bad thing. I wonder how your piece of research, you know, among you know all of these thoughts.
Could you please repeat your question, because I didn't hear it?
I've written it in the chat if it
Okay.
makes sense.
Okay. Yes, yeah, I read it. So yes, unfortunately, self-stigma, it's always negative. And you asked me if there is a link between denial and self-stigma. No, but I did find that there is a link between self-blame and self-stigma. So those patients who self-stigmatize themselves, they are always blaming themselves for their condition. And is self-stigma always negative? Yes, from my review, yes, it is always negative. From the paper that I have read, it's always negative, especially when the patient is trying to hiding their mental illness. So if they will hide their mental illness, they will experience self-stigma. So they will self-stigmatize themselves because they have a mental illness and they hide it. And once they hide their mental illness, they will struggle more. So ideally, we advise our patient to conceal, to say, speak up, say what you have, whatever the mental condition that you have, just say it and tell the other to know about your mental condition. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Here is
Rifa, I just request you to please stop sharing your screen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Rifa.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bashir, would you like to put some light on the Rifa presentation? Do you have any suggestions or any questions? Bashir, I just request you to please unmute your mic.
Okay, no, nothing to add, just that it was a very wonderful presentation, quite enlightening to me. I just want to say well done. It was very good.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir.
Akshata, would you like to put some light?
No, but it was just a very informative presentation, especially the part where strength and limitations are highlighted. I guess there's a lot of scope to bridge that gap. So it was a really nice meeting. Yeah.
Ikam, would you like to add something? Emmy, would you like to put some light on the half presentation?
Can I ask Dr. John if there is a positive aspect from the stigma, from the mental illness stigma, how it could be?
Have you heard about this view that denial can be a positive thing? Denial can be part of the mind's immune system. Is that something you've come across?
No, I think I have. It is a new thing, so I have to search about it more. It's interesting.
I mean, I come across huge amounts of people who you could make an argument that they are depressed, but they won't accept that diagnosis. Now, sometimes overall it feels like it's the best thing to keep it subclinical. Now, of course, people with severe depression, they can't help but be diagnosed, they're bound to be labeled. But some people actually are in an equilibrium without having the label of depression attached to them. It also makes me think about if the way we treat mental illness in our societies, including Western societies, by stigmatizing certain patients, if that's been the case for thousands of years, is there any benefit to it? Is it a way of coping with difficult things, with difficult emotions?
Dr. John, would you like to add something more?
No, I think my connection's not very good, but basically denial can sometimes be positive, and that has a number of downstream implications, and it makes this a really interesting subject to study and to consider.
But do you mean it is the denial from the public, it is, or from the patient themselves?
From the patient themselves.
Yeah, I think the denial, it will works when the condition it is non-psychotic. But when the condition is psychotic and the patient will have hallucination and delusion, they cannot control themselves and they will not deny.
Yes, it's a really, really interesting area. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now let's just move on. Now, I just want to thank you. Thank you, everyone. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentation. This conference has resulted in good discussion and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have been sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. You can also join our upcoming conferences, which are going to be held in November in Kuala Lumpur, Paris, and in December in Bangkok and Bali. Thank you, everyone. That is the end of our today's conference, and it was lovely meeting all of you. And we would really like to have you in our future conference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akshata. And I request everyone to please join us again. It was really a pleasure to be with such a great participant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John Harris. We would love to see you in a future conference.
Thank you, everyone, and well done.
Thank you, Bashir. Thank you, Rifa. Thank you, George. Thank you, Wong. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. But my question, still we have sessions tomorrow?
No, we don't have any sessions for tomorrow, but we will surely send you our conference calendar so you can just inquire for our upcoming conference from there.
Okay, and the certificate will be sent within 1 week, right?
Yeah, we will send you all the conference related documents within a week.
Okay, and just when I registered for this conference, it was about psychiatry and psychology, but I have noticed that some presentation related to science and
yes, there are many presentations related to that. Rifa, we will send you the conference calendars for our different associations. We even work with TERA, that is associated with the teaching and education, the STRA, which is related with the social science and technology, the SSHRA, which is related with the social science and humanology, and an HBSRA, which is related to our health and all. So we will send you the calendars for that. And if
No,
you
sorry, dear, I'm not talking about the calendar. I'm talking about the certificate and the name of this conference, because when I registered, the conference was about psychiatry and psychology. But as you see during the day, most of the presentations was about science, technology, and so on. Yeah, so I was thinking and expecting that most of the conference will be about psychiatry and psychology. But there is science which is not related at all to the psychiatry and psychology. I'm concerned about my certificate. I wanted to be, as I registered to the 14th International Conference in Psychology and Psychiatry.
Yes.
Yes.
We will send you the certificate for that only, Nika. You don't have to worry about that. We will send you that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
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 Bye. Bye.